Good morning, everyone. On behalf of President Saul Jimenez Sandoval, who unfortunately is not able to be here this morning, I extend a warm welcome to all of you for attending this second annual Ag Summit to discuss, collaborate about anything, all things water. Thank you. We are honored to have Congressman Jim Costa with us today. Jim, thank you for your decades-long unwavering support to Fresno State and to the people of the Valley. At this summit today, we'll explore how we work together to resolve water challenges, to resolve water issues. Every one of us is a water user. But for Central Valley, the significance and the importance of water are many folds higher because we are the center of the nation's agricultural production. How we resolve our differences, resolve the demand and the need for water for different groups, sectors, and industries, and the people are an everlasting challenge and a topic of interest. But we are confident with people like you, with the presence of Fresno State, with our faculty, staff, researchers, and with the support like our leaders, such as Congressman Jim Costa, and we will be able to work out wonders and find solutions so it can move on, use the water most efficiently, effectively, to benefit all of us. And interaction, collaboration are the key to reach those goals. And we have our faculty on this campus. We have several institute centers on this campus who work among themselves, work with industry, and work with community supporters, work with elected government officials to help us moving towards a brighter future. So thank you. I look forward to your success at this summit. But now, let me ask Congressman Jim Costa to address the audience. Thank you very much, Jim. Please.
Bit of an obstacle course getting through here. Good morning. Oh, we can do better than that. Good morning. It's always great to be here. For many of us, our alma mater, home of the Bulldogs. Had a fairly decent outing Saturday for 3 quarters, and then the fourth quarter obviously was difficult for all of us. But clearly, the fact is that we are at the, I believe, one of the premier universities in the West. And certainly when you look at the, and thank you, Provost, for that introduction and the good work that you and President Saul do on behalf of the student body here at Fresno State, because what we're training here is the future leaders for America and for our Valley. And so one of the nice things for me is to be here and look at a lot of friends that in which we share this university, and even those that did not attend this university have, come in different ways to become a part of it. And what I want to talk about this morning is the importance that this university plays, and each and every one of you in agricultural policy in California and therefore the country. And I say that because, as all of you know, California is and has been the #1 agricultural state for decades. Last year at the farm gate, $59 billion. The diversity with over 300 commodities, some say as much as 400. And you look at the the categories of those commodities that I think is breathtaking, and that I'm never hesitant to tell folks back in Washington. 80% of the citrus production in the country from California. A third of the fruits and vegetables, stone fruit, 20% of the milk production, obviously 75% of the almond production in the world, 50% of the pistachio production in the world. And so the list goes on and on and on. And it's really a tribute to the farmers, the ranchers, the dairymen and dairy women, and the entire, I think, chain of production agriculture that makes this possible. And we should be proud of that. Nobody does it better. But what we really, I think, need to talk about at this Ag Summit is the challenges that California agriculture faces, and not just in the short term, but in the longer term. And, part of my job, obviously, is to work on challenges faced on agricultural policy in our nation's capital. And, there's always three constants that are central to California agriculture: water, labor, and trade. There are other issues that the agriculture community cares about, but certainly water and a reliable labor supply, and trying to have a level playing field, because 44% of our agriculture is exported. So the trade issues are critical to have a level playing field. And when we talk about tariff issues as a means versus the TPP that was an effort that had been made years back between the Bush and the Obama administration, makes it challenging for California agriculture in particular. And over all of that, water, labor, and trade is a regulatory framework. And today, this morning, we have policymakers from the state of California representing the governor, who I think, I hope, will allow us to have a conversation about what the state's policy ought to be as it relates to water, reliable supply of labor, and the efforts to be competitive on international markets. Because what we know for certain, whether we're as a part of the academic community here at Fresno State, and whether we're training and providing an education for the future farmers, literally and figuratively, the future farmers, ranchers, dairymen, and women for California, what we know for certain is that change is constant. And change is hard. And I think it's the resiliency of the agricultural community in this state over the years that has been able to address the issues of change. I say that as a third generation farmer. I don't farm the way my dad and my uncle did. They didn't farm the way their father farmed. And so we know that's a consistent threat. And so what we don't do, because we're so busy focusing on surviving and dealing with the issue of the day, is really stepping back. And I hope we do this morning and have a conversation about what should California agriculture look like 10 years from now, 20 years from now. What are the changes that we're going to have to incorporate to continue to be the #1 agricultural state in the nation? How are we going to balance our needs of a reliable water supply, a reliable workforce, and trade policy that we can focus on to continue to be competitive? I mean, that's really central to what an Ag Summit, in my view, ought to be about, because truly, we have leaders here in the agricultural community here in our valley. We have leaders here with the university, and we're going to have leaders here this morning from Sacramento who are dealing in the day-to-day issues of the public policy. So, you know, when we're talking about tackling water issues and solutions, we can look toward a lot of efforts that have taken place here in recent years that I think are a sea change, both on the east side and the west side of this valley. Investments that we've been able to make at the federal level in terms of the infrastructure legislation, the bipartisan infrastructure package, $1.7 trillion. We have brought $1.4 billion with a B, $1.4 billion for water efforts in this state in the last several years. They have come in the areas of rehabilitating the Frank Kern Canal back to its former capacity, seismic structure on San Luis Reservoir and trying to expand it 130,000 acre feet, dealing with the subsidence issues. Last year, I think, was a turning point. I hope was a turning point in water, in the sense that when we look at the water tools in our water toolbox, expanding reservoirs, alternative technology, we were able to recharge estimated 1.6 million acre feet of water back to our recharging our groundwater between water districts and individual farmers. And we've never seen that level of recharge in that short of a period of time. And obviously we have to continue to add to that. So there's a lot of issues that you're going to discuss this morning. And I am proud of each and every one of you. I'm proud of this university. The Water Institute back there was something I had a hand in when I was back in Sacramento in those days. And that Water Institute, I think, plays an important role in helping work with the private sector on the challenges we face on water. But clearly, there's a lot of other work to do. And I want to commend all of you for your cooperation and collaboration. Now more than ever, I think, we have to come together in ways that not just looks at the short-term challenges we face in California agriculture, but I think we need to have a conversation about what we want California agriculture to look like 10 years from now and 20 years from now in terms of the sustainability, so that we can maintain the incredible ability to deal with that constant of change. There lies the challenge, I believe. And I think that needs to be a part of today's conversation, because again, this university is educating the future leaders of agriculture, as well as other institutions around this state. And this is a partnership. And I think we need to figure out ways in which we can enhance the partnership between what goes on in the fields of this valley and in other parts of California, and what takes place in terms of the public policy decisions being made in Sacramento and in Washington, and the role that the academic community plays in all of this effort. Therein lies the challenge, and I'm really happy to be a part of kicking this effort off. I want to thank Blake and the Maddy Institute for their good work on this. I say that with a sense of personal pride as a member of the advisory board on the Maddy Institute. And for I look around this room and I see a number of folks like myself that worked with Ken Maddy. Ken was a terrific guy. And the efforts that have been put forward with so many of you to continue this Public Policy Institute here at this university, to hold these kinds of workshops, these forums, these summits, is what I think Chuck Pachigian and myself and others that were involved, Don Jackson, at the early stages of creating this Maddy Institute, that we hope we will continue to build upon. And for all the supporters for today's event, Wawona and others that are listed there, we thank them. Let's give them a round of applause, because as we know, these things don't happen by themselves. They happen with support and sponsors who are willing to do their part. So I hope that I gave some food for thought in terms of what I hope this summit will provide, because we go to a lot of meetings, all of us do. And I suspect all of you have the same thought that I have. Got to turn the phone off, Sarah. Don, is that your phone? We got the chairman here of the State Agriculture Committee, a lot of good folks here. And but the fact is that when we go to these meetings, we wonder, well, was it worth it? what I achieve in these 3 hours that I was here? And so I hope I've laid some food for thought in terms of what we hope to achieve and take away here with this morning's terrific group of speakers here and public policymakers and people that I know and you know, and many of you are part of that, are deeply, deeply involved and have given a lot of thought and hard work toward where you would like to see California agriculture 10 years from now and 20 years from now, and what you think it's going to need for us to be successful in overcoming the challenge we face, because we know what? Change is constant and change is hard. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a good summit this morning. Thank the Maddy Institute, thank Fresno State University, and go Bulldogs, right? I got my pen. Thank you all. Am I supposed to introduce next? You're going to do that, Blake. Okay. Okay. Blake is doing a good job, and he's taken over from Mark. And let's give Blake a warm round of applause for his efforts. And you've got a lot of people who want to be helpful in your early tenure, and you have also some people who will offer you advice whether you want it or not. Thank you very much, Blake.
Thank you so much, Congressman Costa, for that inspiring and informative message to the start of our day here. As the provost mentioned, we're thrilled to have you here and just really appreciate you taking the time to help kick off our Ag Summit today. Before we dive into the program, I do want to make a couple of quick announcements. We finally have food in the back. This is an Ag Summit after all, so we're glad to have some food and refreshments in the back. Please feel free to get some refreshments throughout the program. I'd also like to thank our lunch sponsor for the day, Wawona Frozen Foods. Without our sponsors, we could not make this program possible. So please give them a round of applause. And I'd also like to thank one of our panel sponsors, American Pistachio Growers. Thank you for your support as well. Please give them a round of applause. Now let's go ahead and dive into our first panel discussion. Our first panel is titled Moving and Storing Water, focusing on water storage and conveyance. Well, we have a distinguished group of experts who will discuss the challenges and opportunities in this critical area. Please welcome our moderator, Cordy Colley, and our panelists, Sarah Wolf, Don Cameron, and Molly White. Let's get started.
Leave it that way. Thank you, Blake. And thank you everyone for coming this morning. We're happy to see you here. And as Blake said, this is the panel on moving and storing water. And just want to introduce the panel again, just to make sure you all know who these are. Molly White is the assistant division manager for water management, State Water Project. Sarah Wolf is distinguished farmer, and also co-chair of the San Joaquin Valley Water Collaborative Action Plan, also known as CAP. And Don Cameron is, as Mr. Costa said, is the president of the California Board of Food and Agriculture, and also a distinguished farmer. So thanks for taking time out of your busy harvest season to come and be with us, and Molly for your drive down from Sacramento. The format will be, I'm going to pose some questions to the panelists. They'll grab a mic and share with you their thoughts on their answers. We'll spend about 45 minutes doing that, and then we'll save about 10 minutes for questions from the audience. You'll see a couple of microphones out here. Please, if you have a question, come to the microphone and tell us who you are. Ask the panelists which panelist you want to ask the question, and then state your question, and we appreciate that. So let's get started, and we're going to start with you, Molly. You're on the hot seat first off. And if you could, just grab a mic and you can stay seated if you'd like. Share with us how the State Water Project manages water in the state, and also we're kind of interested in what's going on with your interface with Sites Reservoir.
Good morning. Everyone hear me okay? Okay, excellent. I did have some slides, just a couple slides to walk through for this presentation, but I'll kick it off here. Thank you. I'll kick it off to talk a little about the State Water Project. We serve water to 27 million Californians in the state and 750,000 acres of agriculture. Our largest reservoir, Lake Oroville, located north in Sacramento Valley. We have pumping facilities in the Delta, and then a series of facilities all the way down to Southern California, with Lake Paris down as our terminus reservoir in the state of California. Every day, we are actively managing our water operations and power operations to manage water. Releasing water and determining releases from Oroville to meet our water quality Delta requirements, as well as to meet our planned water supply exports for the state. So here is a graphic. There's a pointer. All right, see that a little bit. We, on a daily basis, our operators also coordinate and meet with the Bureau of Reclamation, who operate the Central Valley Project. So we've got our federal facilities in brown here, all the way down here, down to the south. The State Water Project facilities. Here we've got Lake Oroville, and then we have our joint reservoir, San Luis. Our joint reservoir, San Luis Reservoir there, and then our southern facilities. So that's it. So Sites Reservoir located here about 65 miles north of Sacramento, near the smaller town of Maxwell. This is not a DWR project. However, we are interfacing and I'll describe that here in a second. The project itself is planned to be upwards of 1.5 million acre feet. It's really a great purpose for dry year reliability for water supply, not only for municipal, agriculture, and environmental purposes. It will be an off-stream reservoir. Actually, when built, it'll be the second largest off-stream reservoir. San Luis Reservoir, our joint reservoir, is the largest. There's about 29 participating agencies at this point, local, state, and federal. From a State Water Project perspective, right now, there are 9 State Water Project contractors who are planning to participate, as well as 2 State Water Project member agencies. So 11 total, kind of matched with the State Water Project. So right now we're in the process, Department of Water Resource, Bureau of Reclamation, the Sites Project Authority, we're in the process of developing and drafting an operations agreement. And that really is going to lay out the fundamental framework, if you would, of how we will operate not only the State Water Project and Central Valley Project, but those interface the water releases and whatnot for the participants, say from a state side for the State Water Project. A key fundamental aspect of the operating agreement is that Sites Reservoir operations will not impact our joint operations between the federal and state projects. And from a general purpose site, diversions to storage to sites reservoir will be made. There's a lot of local inflow in the area, but also there'll be direct diversions from the Sacramento River, really during periods of excess where there's pretty high flows in the system and excess conditions. So a fundamental part of interaction with sites reservoir, there's one aspect of this is when we are releasing water from Lake Oroville, we may choose to back off on our releases from Oroville, and then sites reservoir would release water. And by doing that, that would happen maybe in the springtime. And during that period, we would be crediting water in Lake Oroville to the sites project to be released later. Typically in the summer and fall period, say for State Water Project interests, we would be releasing that water to move through the Delta to our south of Delta participants. And then this is it. And just in recap, the fundamentally, I mean, it does increase storage. I mean, one of the key drivers here is increasing not only surface storage, but also groundwater storage as well. But sites especially provides additional storage in the Sacramento Valley, really to be used and really shore up those critical and dry year supplies. It brings not only the environmental, municipal, and industrial benefits, but also recreation and flood control benefits to the area. And I would say from a State Water Project operator, our coordination and communication coordination on their operations and our operations will be absolutely critical during when sites does go into operations. And that's all I had for this.
So Molly, before we let you go, could you spend a few minutes telling us about how how State Water Project manages flows through the Delta and why that's so critical to our ability to move water into the San Joaquin Valley for agricultural purposes?
Absolutely. I'd say the Delta is certainly the hub of water management in California. Not only does it serve environmental, but municipal needs, not only to the state and federal projects, but also to other municipal and industrial, as well as many acres and acres of ag just within the Delta itself. It is critical as we manage on a daily basis to maximize our diversions through our pumps to meet our south of Delta deliveries on a daily basis. As I mentioned, we are coordinating with the Central Valley Project and managing water to meet not only ag deliveries, but also M&I demand south of the Delta.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it. Round of applause for Sarah and her. Sorry, Molly, I said Sarah. Sarah, if you're next up, and we'd like you, could you please tell us about your involvement with groundwater recharge and also how that's impacted by the movement of water through our canal system and its current capacity, our current recharge capacity, and what you think we need to see moving on into the future.
All right, is this, oh, there we go. I think I have some slides. Mine are just pictures, so it's good. Just, we can talk about anything. I'll put some pictures up and. Oh. Is mine loaded? Oh. I didn't put any words in my slides, I don't think, maybe the last one, so it's good. Okay. So I have a similar map, but I think Molly's is better. Wherever you get it to advance. Where'd you point it? Did you just? There we go. Something's happening. Can you guys advance it? Sure. There we go. Okay, Molly's map is much better, but the point of this map is really to show you the infrastructure are the dots, the circles, and the size and scale are the bigger dots. But state, federal, local storage facilities that we have around the state. And if you just look at this map, the San Joaquin Valley, if you can see Fresno there in the middle, all the way down to Bakersfield, there's very minimal storage. So we don't have a lot of storage here in the San Joaquin Valley, and that has worked for a long time because it's not where we're generating a lot of new fresh water. We're getting our fresh water out of the Sierras and then out of Shasta and Oroville and coming through the Delta down into the San Joaquin Valley. So the delivery system has been the critical component. However, as you know, the situation has changed in the state and our demands have increased from all directions. And we need water supply going to a lot of different purposes that were never envisioned when the systems were all built. We now have this huge need to increase our storage capacity. But I think, as everyone in this room knows, it's incredibly challenging to increase storage capacity or really, quite frankly, build anything in the state of California. And so it is highly unlikely. Molly, how many years has sites been on the plan?
I think we're like in the decades realm at this point.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thanks. So sites, which is, probably our most feasible, soonest to be online, has been in the planning stages and is still in the planning stages for decades. Another one, San Luis Reservoir, raising San Luis Reservoir, gaining us only about 100,000 acre feet, is also very far off from being completed. So new storage facilities are way out in the future and extremely challenging. And so I think what we saw in 2023, when we were so lucky to have as much rainfall as we did, we transferred to the opportunity of recharging our water into our basins here in the San Joaquin Valley. We did a lot in 2023, but it was clear after 2023, there was a lot more to be done, that we needed a lot more to expand that ability to move water quickly when it's available in high flow events and put that into the ground. And so I think what we're going to see going forward is figuring out ways to really enhance these facilities, to maximize their use, operate them differently. It's going to take all aspects. It's not just physical infrastructure, it's operational changes. The way we operate our reservoirs are very antiquated to the way that we need to operate things now. We have such greater technology to better understand what our inflows into our reservoirs are going to be, what our snowpacks are, to better regulate how we manage those dams and utilize the water. And we need to be far more aggressive than we have been to date on utilizing those technologies. So now for the pictures, I think I have some of what recharge is, because it's shocking. I have a lot of people out, and I know Dawn does too, out to the farm to see what we do with recharge. And I've had some very interesting questions. So I like to just kind of show what, oh, did I go the wrong way? Jumpy. There, I'm not going to touch anything. This is really blurry. I'm sorry, but this is a major infrastructure for us in Madera County. It's the Chowchilla East Side Bypass. This is a flood diversion project that takes water off of the San Joaquin River. It moves water off the San Joaquin River before it hits Mendota. This was built because Mendota and Firebaugh and Dos Palace have high possibility of flooding. And so this infrastructure was built to take high flood flows when Millerton has to release high flows down the San Joaquin River, move it off into this bypass system, and then reconnect it with the San Joaquin River later in Merced County. So this infrastructure is feeding all of the east side tributaries. Right here, we're seeing where the Fresno River is coming into the bypass. And this was actually in 2017 when we had high flows another year. And we were moving water both down the bypass and off the Fresno River and into recharge projects back in 2017 out in Western Madera County. And so this was really the first opportunity we had to do any type of recharge. And these flows were not even lightly tapped as to how much was available. But this is simply flood infrastructure that we want to take water off of and put into the fields adjacent to it to let that water percolate into the ground for recharge purposes, go into the basin, help our aquifers. This infrastructure at the moment, we're trying to do diversions. We're required to put fish screens in this flood channel to protect any fish that might come down that channel during times of flood. And keep in mind, normally this channel, 365 days of the year is dry, except for those years every 6 or so, 4 or 5, it's actually more like 4 or 5 years that we get high flood events and there gets water and we get to put water in the channel. And when we put water in the channel, it's there for a few months. It's not there for any length of time. And so we will be installing fish screens to the tune of $500,000 a piece that probably will have high vandalism rates, be inoperable when the flood event comes because of that vandalism. So we need to be, my point in all this is we need to be rational about what we're talking about doing at times when we have flood. When we have flood, we are in an emergency and we should be able to take that water, move it off, put it to beneficial use in a recharge facility and get benefit into our recharge and into our basin so we can use it later in another year. So this is that same channel at a high flow event in the period of flood. The channel is going by. We have a trench that comes back to the bank of the levee, and we have a pump system there at the very end that is lifting water out, and it is putting it in the neighbor farming field. And it actually ties in with his irrigation infrastructure so he can move it all around his farm and get it further out away from the channel and into the fields where he historically has had to use groundwater. Very, very simplistic, very inexpensive without the fish screens. And this is about as deep as a recharge facility is. I know the guy's cut off. I'm sorry about that, but it's typically about 1 foot deep. You're not recharging any great depth. You're not building giant ponds. These are things that you can transform your field very rapidly if you can put the capacity into that field and just simply let it percolate naturally and make its way through the groundwater. So these are some of the barriers we have, I think, to recharge going forward and how we need to look at making improvements. As I mentioned earlier, the environmental limitations such as fish screens on flood infrastructure. Again, we need to be rational on how we approach these things. There are absolutely areas of need for fish screens. Major rivers with very important fish activities that we're trying to protect, there need to be fish screens. In flood diversions, I'm struggling to find how that is going to benefit us with our overall efforts to improve the groundwater basins. The water right permitting has stalled without clarity on determination of flood. The water right permitting that I know a lot of us are going to talk more about, and Dawn is as well. Many of us, something maybe not everyone in the room knows, just putting water out of a channel and into a field for percolation is not considered beneficial use of the water. And what that means to you as a farmer under SGMA is you can't use that water that you've put in the ground at a later date through your well system. So you can't pump that out and put it on your field. So you need to have something that's called a beneficial use of water. And the only way to get that is through an appropriative water right issued by the State Water Resources Control Board. State Water Resources Control Board has had a number of appropriative water rights for the purpose of flood on their desks since 2019. And those appropriative water right requests have been stalled because we don't have a determination of when we are in a flood state. It's not the only reason, but that's one of the reasons. And so like on this channel that I'm speaking of that I work on the Chowchilla East Side Bypass, we're in flood when those flood gates are open and there's water in the flood channel. However, the state board does not view that as a determination of flood. They are trying to figure out who can make that determination. And so we've been waiting since 2019 for some direction on how those decisions will be made. And that's just one of the appropriative water rights. Merced has an appropriative water right request in. Turlock, I know Don has one on his property on the Kings River. We have one on the Royal Pasajero. There are multiple in the San Joaquin Valley that are stalled due to lack of clarity and direction from the state board on how to move forward on these. It's very challenging. And if not for the executive order that happened in 2023, all of the recharge that occurred in 2023 would have never happened. We would have been stopped because we all had appropriative water rights sitting there that we could not exercise because they were not issued in a way that we could actually put them in place and use them. So the executive order gave us the opportunity to put water in the ground for beneficial use, to use at a later date, which many, many areas did. And then water quality impacts, I think we learned in 2023, we did a lot of recharge, where that happened and how that water moved once it was in the ground. It's unclear how that mobilizes with the natural constituents or constituents that over time have built up in the groundwater, how that mobilizes and moves through the aquifer and possibly into drinking water. That is an area we need to spend some more time on and get more clarity on how to monitor that, how to protect those domestic wells so that they are not negatively impacted by recharge activities. I think that's something the agricultural community is committed to doing. And then we need to increase the delivery of when we have flood events. I do a lot of farming and recharging in Westlands Water District. They have an amazing delivery system within Westlands. Every field in Westlands can receive water 365 days out of the year if you have water in your account. But at times of flood, we can't maximize that delivery system because it's built for irrigation purposes. And we need to do some upgrades to make that a larger delivery system in points that we can recharge. And Westlands is looking at doing that, but these are all expensive endeavors. They are infrastructure needs that we have to invest in, and they take time, but we need to do that in multiple districts where we need to increase our capacity at times of flood for distributing that water supply out further. So I think I've gone over my few minutes here. But then finally, this is just a SAGB map, and it just shows, as SAGB has mapped it, where the best places for recharge are. And the green is where you really want to be. And we don't have a ton of it in the valley, but we do have a lot on the eastern side. And I know Fresno Irrigation District has for decades done an amazing job with recharge and continues to expand that. And they're in the prime location to do it. But someplace that has not done a lot of it and still has a lot of opportunity is on the western side along I-5. And you saw Westlands in this last 2023 storm event recharge, close to 400,000 acre feet. And that was the first time we've recharged at all in Westlands. So that can easily be doubled if we are able to get the infrastructure in place to move more water at times of high flow events. So there's lots of opportunity. And I think Congressman Costa's comment this morning is so fitting that change is constant and change is hard, but it's something that's going to get us to a better place. And so we need to keep making these modifications and changing and adapting. So with that, I will quit talking and hand it over to Don.
Thank you, Sarah. And continuing on with the groundwater recharge theme, I did not mention, but Don is also on the chair of the board of MAGSA, right? So he has a lot to say about recharge, and I think he's going to give us some more information in that area. So Don.
Great. No, it's great to be here with everybody today. A lot of real familiar faces, and I get to talk about a subject that I honestly love to talk about. So I'm going to be talking about two things. One, what we did, kind of give you an update of what we did on our farm in 2023, and then going to talk a little bit about water rights and where the state is and some of the issues that we face. So I always get the question, how many trees did you kill in the field? Those are pistachios. We actually flooded those for about a month straight. Probably, I don't know. I know you went shallow. We ended up fairly deep on this field. There were actually 300 acres we put underwater, anywhere from a foot to close to 3 feet in the deepest spot. We actually did lose a couple trees. We lost probably a little over 100 trees. We had a low spot that we actually couldn't get the water out of at the end of when we wanted to stop the water on these trees and give them a break. It went anaerobic, and there was one section that just ended up killing a few trees. So we felt the benefit was well worth it. But, so also a lot of my data, part of it's from PPIC, and then part of it is from Dr. Philip Bichon, who has worked closely with us has been over 14 years on groundwater recharge. So in 2023, there were 7.6 million acre feet of water recharged. And when you compare that to a similar water year of 2017, that was about 1.1 million acre feet higher. But it's still believed that there's another 3.5 million acre feet that could be recharged in the San Joaquin Valley. Terra Nova Ranch, we have a partnership with the Kings River Conservation District for flood control and groundwater recharge with our project. We have about 300 acres dedicated basins or fields. We have berms around, and we also use in-lieu recharge on about 1,500 acres. Like I say, primarily for flood control downstream and for groundwater recharge through a DWR grant back in 2012. So in 2023, we recharged actually over 18,000 acre feet of water. We also found other benefits. We found wildlife that was abundant. We had geese, we had avocets, we had black-necked stilts, all nesting on these ponds that were really pretty bare. I mean, we didn't do anything special. They just showed up. We know in the future, we're talking about putting floating islands in some of these to attract additional wildlife during these periods so that we can do multiple benefits. Other benefits, we were surprised. We ended up, after having these fields underwater in the dedicated basins, that we took nematode samples. We actually had absolutely no nematodes. We had fields that were going into carrots the following year, and we soil sampled. They were clean, which is pretty amazing on sandy ground like that. We know that in our GSA is about 120,000 acres. We know that the potential for groundwater recharge is somewhere between 900 and 1 million acre feet of water. That is equivalent to what's being held or can be held behind Pine Flat Dam. And that's just in 120,000 acres. So the potential for California, the San Joaquin Valley, for groundwater recharge is huge. And we just need the right circumstances to get that water back into the ground. We did such a great job of creating of overdrafting for so many years. The potential is extremely great. We have aquifers that have been depleted that have room to rebuild and benefit not only farming, but the entire community. This is a little complicated slide, but it essentially shows the recharge that took place in 2023. And it's divided out in several parts. One is the executive order, and the other is with the temporary storage permits through the State Water Resources Board. The recharge, so permitted storage, temporary permitting, was 669,000 acre feet by the state. Of that, 20,000 acre feet were actually recharged. You look at the temporary use change petitions, another 600,000 acre feet were permitted. And then again, a little over 20,000 acre feet of water were actually put in the ground with those permits. And as you know, many times we hear the big number of, we've got permits for, 600, for a large number. Here we have 600,000 acre feet, 2 instances, and only 3% of that actually got back into the ground through recharge projects. You look at the two, one, like say the temporary or the executive order, that allowed over 400,000 acre feet of water to get back in the ground, which is pretty amazing when you think about the situation. The executive order came out, growers and districts that were able to take advantage of that probably were not ready to take the water. It takes time to rent pumps, and the availability was limited during that period. It's expensive. And you have to really kind of take a chance on being able to move that water on farm or through districts to get it onto growers' fields. Sarah talked earlier about the water being taken with permits, that you do have a right to extract that water, as opposed to the water that was taken under the executive order. The water goes into the ground and it's for the beneficial use of the entire region. So in other words, there's no credit given to anyone who does put this water into the ground. You put it in, you do the work, you spend the money, but you have essentially no right to extract. This I believe needs to be changed. So where, why not more? When you look at the motivation and the drivers for bringing water on farm or into recharge areas, we know that our climate is changing. Look back at July, and look at the past years. We're seeing, additional droughts. Last year I think there were 10 years. In the past 10 years, there were 3 years of flood and 7 years of drought, extreme drought. And if you believe what's happening with climate change, I don't want to argue about what's causing it, but we're definitely seeing changes on farm. We know that these storms are going to be more intense. We're going to see additional flooding and additional droughts, and probably to more extremes. And I actually should have put this to the top. Sigma is a main driver in bringing water on farm, bringing water into regions that are dependent upon groundwater only. By 2040, we need to be balanced. We need to either slow or cut our demand, or we need to have additional water brought into our GSAs that are in this situation. Water supply and certainty for growers and districts. You're not going to build huge projects unless you do have some certainty moving forward. You've got to be able to count on water being there when we do have flood events and the ability to take it. And beneficial use is key in getting these projects put together. The challenges we run into, we definitely need policy reform for recharge. Sarah talked about that. I believe it is a main problem in getting water during flood periods and getting it onto farms. We know that permitting is expensive. It is time consuming, takes a lot of energy. I believe that if we look at watershed by watershed, we develop a structure that we can put in place. When we hit certain flow rates, certain triggers, that we know we can go ahead, take water during this period, move it onto different farms, get it into the ground during flood periods. To me, that seems logical. You know, you're going to have situations, you're going to be prepared. You're going to make projects that are going to be benefiting not only farming, but communities and really the environment. You know, we look at public-private partnerships as being a real key to developing projects like the one we did on Terra Nova. You know, we look at equitable cost sharing. You know, we're not afraid to put money into projects, but we need certainty that we will get water at some point. We need to provide, apologize, trying to read off of here, but it's pretty difficult, apologize. But really the bottom line is we need to move forward, you know, with projects now. Sarah talked about that. You know, we seem like regulatory issues get placed on growers exceedingly rapidly, but to get the projects put together, to get this water moving into the ground when it's available, it just seems like we're stuck. We can't move forward. And when I look at that, I look at, you know, we definitely need change. And, you know, I know, you know, we've discussed that many times, but we can't seem to get it into gear and get faster applications through the State Water Board. Everything hits there and just gets stuck. It's like a black hole that we can't get out of. So, you know, if we can accomplish something here today, if we can get lower cost, faster permitting, and reliable water for the future from these flood flows when they come, you know, I'll be happy. I can retire, but somehow I don't think that's going to happen. But anyway, I really, really appreciate everybody here and some of the issues that we face.
Thank you, Don, for that good exposition on groundwater. Also, key interest of mine. So we have some time for questions from the audience. If you have a question, please come to one of the two microphones. Tell us your name and who you have a question for, and then ask your question. And we're asking that you ask a question and be very succinct about it so that we have time for other questions. Thank you. So.
Thank you. You can hear me all right? So my name is Doug Verboon. I'm a Kings County Board of Supervisors, and I'm also a fourth generation California farmer in Kings County. And my question is to Molly. Kings County was instrumental in coming together with the Temperance Flat Water Authority to apply for funding for Prop 1A funding. And we were trying to get south of the Delta water storage because the problem for the farmers on the west side of Kings County and Fresno County is they can't get water through the Delta. So Sites Reservoir Project was awarded that money to build the reservoir, and we support that. But how do you get it through the Delta? So one question is, you know, where does LA County stop? Because they seem to be taking all our. Hear me now? All right, I talk real close, real loud. So when the growers own exchange, how's that? There we go. So the growers in the Kings County and the Westland Water District that have exchange water that get water through the Delta, you know, they have to give back 65% of that water to the environment before they use any of it. They also pay $400 an acre foot to have access to that water. But most of the years it's zero allocations, 10%, 5%, 15%. I think this year's 35%. So how do you take that sites water and get it through the Delta without losing any of it? Are you going to get prescriptive rights to run acre foot through the Delta so they could take it out for farming? Or does it go out to the ocean at the same time? I mean, do you have enough control of it at that point to protect it? Also, when a farmer, we deal with prices that are just falling in a tank right now for agricultural products. And so our finances aren't in order like they should be to buy our water. So when we have access to this water, we're such dire straits financially, we sell our access to our water. In Kings County, in the last 14 years, I've been on the Board of Supervisors, we've lost about $200 to $300 million worth of water that was coming to Kings County, that's going to Mojave Irrigation, Irvine Irrigation, Orange County, Metropolitan. People sell their access to water, so we lose that access because we don't have the funds to pay for it anymore. And it's a personal property right, so they can do that, or they lease it out for the year to keep their ownership. But with Sites Reservoir, how are we going to get it through where you get that full 100% of your ownership of your water? And how is the value going to be low enough that we can use it for farm ground? Because the price of water is so high now, it doesn't pay to use it for farming. We use it for Southern California. If that's the case, then why are we here today? Because we support agriculture in Kings County, in Fresno County, Madera County, and we're looking for answers so we can build upon that. Local government survives on tax revenue created by farms, nothing else. But the farms are getting depleted every single day because we can't afford the water to help run our farms. But yet with Cigna, we're being punished to stop pumping when we're not the one causing a problem. Like Don said, we can't put water back in the ground because we don't have prescriptive right to do that. And we have to go through the State Water Resource Control Board to do so. So we need help and advice to move forward. So I hope I got that a good question. It kind of rambled on a little bit, but you know, I support what you guys are doing, but we were just looking for more south of the Delta water storage to get away from the environmentalists. Thank you.
You're welcome. So if I can just, and maybe you could nod, and I'll talk about how the plan or the vision right now is how we would move sites water. On an annual basis, we have a multitude of requirements that we need to manage to in the Delta, from fisheries, water quality, flow. So we're really constrained on moving stored water to a very finite, just a handful of months during the summer months when really essentially there aren't stringent requirements out there for fisheries. Essentially for, you know, we are fisheries controlled really December through June, really maximizing our exports to the possibility that we can, with natural flow and so forth coming through the Delta and meeting our fisheries requirements. But when it comes to sites water, with how we're looking at it, is moving it as third-party transfer water like we do in any given year when we have capacity to move transfer water. And now the sites water would be planned with those who are receiving the sites water. It's really, I look at it as be water that's going to be moved during dry and critical years. Typically in those years, there is available capacity through our pumping facilities to move the water. And that would be the plan, is to move that water in those drier critical years. If it can't be moved due to whatever constraints there may be, I mentioned there is opportunities to back up water into Oroville to move the following year. But typically in a dry year, that would be the plan, is to move that sites water down south. Well, that's why we have to move it during the summer months. We can't move it. It's very difficult to have a reliable conveyance of any stored water from upstream reservoirs in that January through December through June period.
Just add a little more controversy to the discussion. Would the tunnel project help alleviate some of these concerns?
Well, at the tunnel, so we're talking about conveyance. We might as well talk about the tunnel. The tunnel, and we heard about it from Don and Sarah. We're seeing the extreme conditions of very dry years, very wet years. What the tunnel affords us is the opportunity, say, to take advantage of those surplus flows coming into the system, because we may be full capacity at, say, our South Delta facilities. The tunnel would afford us to more in that real time, that nimbleness of being able to divert those storm flows coming through. There's still the challenge with South of Delta storage. In 23-17, what we were doing all we could without the tunnel to maximize our pumping to get those surplus flows, a lot of it going directly to surface water and or groundwater recharge. But yes, the tunnel could help manage through the future scenarios to manage through these dry and wet periods.
Thank you, Molly. Another question?
My name is James Cardoza. First off, thank you for coming here and sharing your insights. I know Don Cameron and Sarah Wolf, you'd both spoken about infield recharge of excess flood flows and the challenges with getting those approved because that type of recharge is not classified as a beneficial use. And kind of taking into consideration the current California Constitution treatment of water as like a public owned asset, and also the, like Don had mentioned, the cost to actually get water pumped onto the fields to recharge, and the issues with it, whether you gain a private property right to that water, which it sounds like you don't yet. And then also looking at the question of, well, how much can you recharge in that infield excess flow situation, given that you have some fertilizer still stuck in the root zone of the crops? If you recharge too soon, then you've got a water quality issue, but then you also say, well, the solution to pollution is dilution. Anyways, all those things in mind, to address the issue of water, that type of recharge not being classified as beneficial use, is the approach to be taken, should it be done at the state court level, using the same logic applied to state constitutional separation of powers, the same type of logic that was used federally in the Loper Bright Enterprises case that overturned the Chevron doctrine? Or is it to be done through a state ballot measure to modify the California Constitution relating to water and this type of recharge being a beneficial use? Or is it something that our approach should be done through the state legislature, just through a bill that kind of defines this? And I know it's a really complicated question with a lot of, you've got environmental issues, legal policy issues, state law, federal law. Kind of want to pick your brains as to what ideas have you heard tossed around as to how to get this classified as beneficial use?
Who wants to go?
Sorry, it's complicated.
I'll go ahead and take a real quick stab at it. I think we have the agency in place. We have the State Water Resources Control Board. And all they have to, honestly, they need to determine that we can use this water for beneficial use. I was originally told that it would be when the governor's executive order came out. Within a day or two, that was changed to where it wasn't beneficial use. And it was just water putting in the ground. And there's kind of a wink and a nod on this. Let's face it, the water you put in the ground, you're going to eventually pump out. We saw our water table increase 15 to 20 feet in our area near our groundwater recharge. That's year over year, same time, same place. We know that we know that we can do it. I think, it's kind of crazy that we're not getting the State Water Board to work with us. It seems like we always have a fight. And we could accomplish so much, I think, if we worked really closely. The governor is support of on-farm groundwater recharge. recharge throughout the state. That's one of the key components of California water security. But we just get stuck in one of the departments that can't seem to get much out the door. I know they have a full plate. I know there's budget cuts this year, but you know, the state has had a lot of money the last few years, and it just seems like we could get further and get things out a little quicker. You know, we talk even about building projects. You know, we may get a DWR grant, but you spend so much of the money from the grant dealing with bureaucracy at the state water board that you don't, you know, it's hard to get a project built. I mean, it's frustrating in the water world. Go ahead, Sarah. I put myself in pretty deep.
Well, first I would just answer, I don't think our best options in water are to go to the courts. That typically has resulted in less for everyone. So it's not my promotion of going to the courts. I think that's a bad approach. I do think I think it's a multitude of the things that you mentioned. I think the governor's order which has now been codified into law, is a starting point. There are adjustments that need to be made, both to benefit agriculture, also to protect water rights, because the last thing we want to do is impede anyone's water right that already exists. That is not what we want to have happen. But we do have to find a way to acknowledge that we have high flow events and we need to utilize that water when we have high flow events. They are above and beyond water right situations. And so I agree with Don. I think it's in the state board's purview to make that decision. I don't know that they are able to do that. So I do think that we need legislative fixes that will enhance or support some of these additional concerns that are out there around utilizing this water supply and protecting the water rights that need to be protected and protecting the water quality that needs to be protected as we recharge. So I think it's going to take a number of things, but ultimately the state board will be the entity that has to decide if we can do this activity or not. And they're going to need more direction, I think, at the staff level than they've had in the past. So I'll leave it at that.
Yep. Very well put, Sarah, much better than I did. You know, but you mentioned possible groundwater contamination due to flooding fields that may have additional nitrates remaining, pesticides. You know, we partnered with Helen Dalke out of UC Davis and Department of Pesticide Regulation. They have tested all of our wells anywhere near our recharge sites prior to any recharge. It's been several years back. We agreed to this because we want to know. We don't want to create a problem. So it's been ongoing testing. We don't have results yet, but after the event of 2023, it'll be interesting to see what did happen, if we did dilute, if we improved water quality, kind of what did really happen. We're not interested in creating problems. We're also working with Scott Bradford on we have 5 dry wells that we did groundwater recharge through in 2023. He's been able to do ground radar, track the water, the movement of that water, and we're actually putting that below, we're putting it anywhere from 75 to 150 feet deep. So we're not getting any movement through the top 10 feet of the water. So we're looking for options. We're looking for the best way to do this. And we hope that other people will follow. Nothing makes me happier when somebody else does a recharge project.
So any other questions from the audience? Yeah, we have one more. Thank you.
Hi, Alita. This is for Molly. Is the Sites Reservoir already operational? And if not, when is the completion date to have that fully operational?
There isn't a set time yet. It is not operation. They haven't even broke ground yet. They're still working through, as I understand it, funding and so forth. They're in the midst of a water rights hearing right now to get their water rights from the State Water Board. As far as operational, I did jot that down. It's 7 to 8 years to construct, so maybe starting as early as 26. So we're looking at maybe another decade or so, and then it would be operational.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Alex Walker. I'm curious, there's been a lot of conversation about the challenges ahead, frustrations expressed. What is something that all of us in this room should be paying attention to as a helpful development that's going to address meaningfully the barriers that we've discussed today and also end a decades-long stalemate?
I don't know if this is going to answer your question, but something I get frustrated with is, and Don mentioned it, the state's policy is to promote recharge and we are going to get through these future water challenges, existing water challenges through additional storage, through recharge. However, the state itself hasn't supported those activities at their agency levels. So I think it's important to watch when we see the press releases and we see the things that we're promoting as a state, as a legislature, or as the governor's office, whatever it might be, that we're actually asking the question, did that result in sites getting built? Did that result in new recharge being, happening? Are we seeing actual things happening on the ground? Or are we just hearing about what we want to do? Because the implementation is where we have to really, really push. And that's where we are falling down, is actually being able to implement.
I'll add a little bit to that. I think we saw some great agency cooperation over the last, 5 years, where they I thought they were really working together well. We love working with DWR. They understand what we're trying to do. I have really high compliments for them. But man, going across the street to the State Water Resources Board it's just the total opposite. And they have good people there. I respect them. I respect their opinions, but it just seems like it's a black hole that once things go there, they never come out. And I'm sure they have their reasons, but there's very little transparency. I just wish we could, the governor could make the phone call and get effective change happening at that department. I think if we did that, I think agriculture would be better off. I think the environment would be better off, and local communities would be better off. So how do we get there? Maybe the phone call. We'll see.
From a state perspective, I will just say that there are a lot of challenges, but I can speak from our behalf. We are working so hard from the Department of Water Resources and coordinating and working with our partners, state and federal fish agencies, really bringing in available new science just to help navigate through those challenges. Looking at adaptive management to requirements, future permitting activities. So there's a really big push. And I've definitely seen a change over the past decade of just that, really those core agencies really working together, especially with our permitting processes.
Any last questions? We have maybe time for one more.
Awesome. Thank you. I just was going to comment on the regulatory piece, especially as it relates to beneficial use of surface water. I don't tell only my closest friends that I used to work for the State Water Board. Almost 20 years I was there. And so I just want to give a shout out, and I think Congressman Costa is gone, but he's been a huge advocate and help for us in implementing these types of changes. And that particular beneficial use change requires a change in the federal law. It's the Clean Water Act at the federal level that defines what the beneficial uses and uses are. And then it trickles down into the state Porter Cologne Water Quality Act. So it's going to take a monumental effort. And to the point that you were bringing up, I think that's where we can see the most bang for our buck is just championing those efforts. And we have groups out there. I know Sarah's on the Collaborative Action Plan group. And it's those groups that can just continue advocating and having those conversations to make that change happen. But my question is, I know you've talked a lot about recharge and we have so many young folks in the room and maybe future farmers. I'm just wondering, I know there's some great work going out in MAGSA with your on-farm recharge academy. And if you can maybe share some perspective on how to get started, if that's something you want to look into and start implementing so that you have a little bit more local control at the local farm level.
So yeah, we have put together a on-farm academy. We incorporated a lot of the young people within our groundwater sustainability agency. And I don't know, Crystal, you can tell me better, but I'm sure other people would be welcome to be a part of that. You know, we bring students on farm pretty much all year, off and on, from different countries, from different universities, Fresno State, Cal Poly, UCLA. We try to, I mean, my goal is to get young people involved in agriculture and not just farming. You know, there's so many different aspects. There's water management. There's all the associated industries with ag, you know, that are just wide open for students to get involved in. I think, you know, the careers, you know, we're trying to implement programs to even, you know, train our farm workers to have better paying jobs, to have a profession, to manage the technology that we're implementing on farm. There are just so many different ways of getting involved that not just about, you know, being on farm all day. So I just think it's a great career path, and I wish more people would take it up. Because like I say, we're getting older. You know, if you look at the average age of farmers and the industry, it's not good. So I don't know. Karen Ross, she say, "Hey, farming is sexy." You know.
Very good. Thank you. That's about all the time we have today. Big round of applause for our panelists. And I just want to say we missed Johnny today, but he had an obligation with and he couldn't make it. So thank him in absentia, if you will. Thank you, panelists. We appreciate it. Blake. And it's back to Blake.
Great. Thank you so much, Sarah, Dawn, and Molly, and Cordy for that really insightful discussion. I think we learned a lot there, and it was a really good conversation, and appreciated all the questions and engagement from the audience as well. I'm going to now move on. We're going to introduce our next speaker. We're very honored to have him here with us today. And he traveled all the way down from Sacramento to be with us. So we're really, really excited to have him here. You know, without further ado, it's with a great pleasure that I invite our keynote speaker. I see him moving up towards the front here, so I'll give him a little bit more time, but please welcome Secretary for California's Natural Resources Agency, Secretary Wade Crowfoot, to the stage. Thank you.
Well, thanks so much for having me. It is a pleasure to be here in Fresno and at Fresno State. And you probably can't see this, but Congressman Costa gave me his Fresno State lapel pin. So I'm officially a Bulldog for the next half an hour. Although I'll tell you, I've lived most of my life in Michigan. I'm sorry, most of my life in California, but I grew up in Michigan selling concessions at the football stadium. So last week, if you're a Bulldog fan, I was not rooting for the Bulldogs. Boo, yeah. But from here on out, and today for sure. Listen, it's great to be with you. I want to spend just a half an hour talking to you about what we're working to get done from Sacramento, from the administration of Governor Newsom. I was really glad to catch the tail end of this panel because I don't want to sugarcoat things. California water is difficult, and we've got some difficult challenges. And I'll be the first one to say, we in our agency and state government can do better supporting water users across the state, certainly in the San Joaquin Valley. So I'm going to try to talk for about 20 minutes and make sure there's time for questions, because I think that's really, really important. Let me state the obvious, which is California doesn't exist without our water system. It's what built California into what is essentially a nation state of 40 million people, the 5th largest economy in the world. You all know that the Central Valley, the San Joaquin, Sacramento Valley provide a large portion of the country's vegetables, a very large portion of its nuts, 400 commodities. Water is the lifeblood of California, and it's certainly the lifeblood of San Joaquin Valley. Agriculture doesn't happen without water, and water consistency, water reliability is needed. So that's really the sort of the need. Now, I want to share what I see as challenges, and I want to list 5 challenges and then really talk about the opportunities. Believe it or not, despite all the challenges we face, I am really optimistic on California water, and I'll tell you why. So the first challenge is our extremes are getting more extreme. California is no stranger to drought and floods. We've had them since the 175 years ago when we founded California, but they're getting more intense. We know this. I worked for Governor Brown in 2012 to 2016, helping manage that drought. We called it a millennial drought because our scientists told us it's supposed to happen once in 1,000 years. After a big wet 2017, from 2020, 21, 22 was, believe it or not, the driest 3-year period in the state's history. So if you look at the last decade, about 8 of those were exceptional drought. They were punctuated by these big, huge winters like we had last winter in 2023. So what our scientists now tell us is that over time, we'll get less water, less snow pack as a result of warming temperatures, but we'll still get a significant amount of rain, but it's going to come more intensely in certain seasons and then within a year in certain storms. So one thing is, how do we adapt to these growing extreme conditions? Second is obvious down here, which is we have to bring groundwater into balance. That's just a fact. The building a sustainable economy ensures that we have enough groundwater to continue producing into coming decades, that our communities have enough that rely on groundwater. So SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, now 10 years old, and we have to focus on how do we bring groundwater into balance in a way that minimizes economic impacts. Third challenge is, it's important to note that some California communities still need reliable, safe, and clean water. We've made a lot of collective progress on that, thanks to partnerships across this valley and other places. When Governor Newsom came into office, we estimated about 1.6 million Californians didn't have access to clean and safe drinking water, and that number is now down to about 800,000. So 900,000 Californians actually now are on water systems in which they can rely on the water that I certainly and maybe you take for granted. The fourth challenge is we have outdated infrastructure and management to address the challenges we now have. Our water systems, our system of systems, was the pride of the country, if not the world, in the middle part of the last century, but it's aging. We look at some of our conveyance facilities, whether it's the Fry and Kern Canal or the Delta Mendota Canal or our Delta Conveyance, some of our reservoirs, we need to invest in infrastructure modernization if we're going to actually continue to provide the water that we need to and adapt to these changes. We also have to modernize our management. At the end of the day, we can't manage based on regulations or lawsuits that lock things in place for years, sometimes decades at a time. These conditions are changing really fast. Just take last year. We had so much snow, so much water. We actually had to issue an executive order that Don may have mentioned to waive certain rules on groundwater recharge to be able to capture that water and put it underground. We need management that's going to allow us to adapt and change more readily as these changes come. We also, if we can, we need to get away from the fifth challenge, which is water management by conflict. Farms versus fish, north versus south, rural versus urban. The fact is, We are a big, vast state, and we have diverse needs. We have some of the country's largest cities. We certainly have the country's most productive agriculture. We have some of the country's most sensitive environmental conditions in our water. And ultimately, nobody wins if we don't all find a way to work together. Now, that can feel a little kumbaya, but the fact is, for example, if you're a farmer in the Central Valley and you are upset with environmental regulations in Sacramento and Washington, D.C., I understand, because there's real impacts that it has on your water reliability. But I also want to be candid with you. The Federal Endangered Species Act is a 60-year-old law, and it's not going anywhere, regardless of who's the next president. And so we need to find a way to meet our environmental standards, federal and state, and strengthen our water reliability for the Central Valley. And I think we do it not through lawsuits, not through conflict, but through finding ways to actually advance policy that does that across differences. And I'll talk a little bit about that. Okay, so those are the challenges. Growing extremes in our weather, bringing groundwater into balance, which I know is painful, making sure that everybody's got clean drinking water, addressing this outdated infrastructure and management, and then really getting at this conflict. So where are the opportunities? One is quite obvious. Let's capture the precipitation when it comes. If more of it's coming in these big wet winters and big storms, even in dry years, we have to position our infrastructure to be able to capture that water. That's why we're so strongly supportive of Sites Reservoir and working to cut the red tape to get it built. We know that the Sacramento River, by volume, is the largest source of water in California. And when we have big wet winters like last year, if we have an off-stream reservoir like Sites Reservoir, we'll be able to take that excess flows out of the Sacramento and park that water in the reservoir for use during the dry times that we know are coming. And that's water for farms, that's water for cities. It's also water for the environment, interestingly, because the state funding that project is receiving through a Prop 1 bond in 2014 requires that the state portion of that project actually has to benefit the so-called public trust. So there's going to be a bank of environmental water in Sites Reservoir that'll be helpful for managing these endangered species issues we have. So let's build infrastructure to capture the rain when it comes. So it's Sites Reservoir. It's supporting getting the San Luis Dam raised, which is going to obviously impact grow the size of the reservoir south of the Delta. It's also looking at other regional supply projects where the state can actually chip in funding. But as Don pointed out too, it's also streamlining our ability to get water underground in these big wet winters. The fact is we have tens of millions of acre feet of supply actually in our underground aquifers. And the way that we reduce the impact of SGMA, bringing our groundwater basins into sustainable use, is getting more of that water underground. And frankly, for too long, it's been too hard to get water underground. There's been too much regulation, too much red tape to actually get that done. Some of that exists for good reason. Water rights is a big issue, where a water user downstream actually may take issue with a water user upstream diverting flow from the river that they share to actually recharge the basin. So there's some legitimate questions to work through. But the fact is we have to help landowners, land managers, farmers, ranchers get water underground more quickly. And I'm really glad that last year, collectively, we worked to get about 4 million acre feet of that big wet winter underground into our water basins. Some of that is some work that our partner agencies are doing, including the State Water Board, trying to improve and speed up their process. And some of that was the governor just saying, all right, there's too much bureaucracy. I'm issuing an executive order, declaring an emergency, and waiving a lot of these permit requirements to actually get water in the ground. I'm excited to share that today we're updating, believe it or not, a lot of those emergency powers still exist that the governor has issued through executive order. We're updating that today at about noon. We're going to announce that we're updating that emergency order, but we're keeping in place a lot of the powers that we have to waive that permitting because we think we're still recovering from these droughts and we need to do more. So we are maintaining powers like the power of my position to waive CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, for certain actions that landowners can take to conserve water and to recharge groundwater. So we think that's really important. It's an obvious point, but it's all about getting water underground when it happens. We need to obviously stay the course in bringing groundwater into balance. Some of you might be in charge of your local groundwater associations. Sigma, I think, did a very good thing, which is didn't try to command and control groundwater from Sacramento. It basically said, we're empowering local groundwater management agencies to come up with their own plans to bring basins into balance. And that is evolving. Obviously, these groundwater sustainability plans are established. Most have received approval from the Department of Water Resources and are currently being implemented. It involves some tough trade-offs and what will likely be land retirement, and we recognize that. At the same time, we want to support the groundwater management agencies that are making these decisions. I'm really proud of a partnership that developed to enable this multi-purpose land reuse, what I know is land repurposing. $90 million has been funded by the state to support local groundwater management agencies, local governments, local counties, to think about, okay, if it needs to change or shrink its water footprint with bringing groundwater into balance, what are other uses for those lands, economically productive uses that benefit communities? So from my view, more state funding, more potentially federal funding into land repurposing. Ultimately, the decision-making has to be local and regional. You all know how to manage your groundwater best. And we need to make sure that we're moving towards that 2040 target of bringing our basins into balance so that the future of agriculture, the future of our city's water supply can be assured. Third opportunity is let's update the way that we move water around the state. We talked about capturing water when it comes, these big wet years, these big storms. We also have to update the way that we move water or convey water around the state. And that includes supporting regional conveyance projects, again, like Fryan-Kern Canal or Delta Mendota Canal, that have been impacted by ground sinkage over time, subsidence. But I'll also stand here and say it's also about ensuring that this big bottleneck of water conveyance through the Delta has to be addressed. The Delta Conveyance Project, or some version, has been kicking around for a very long time because it's a major problem. We have tremendous vulnerability right now with our state water supply moving through the Delta. And because we have to manage for these endangered species, again, a federal law that's not going away, we're actually losing the opportunity to get hundreds of thousands of acre feet south of the Delta into water supply, into San Luis, across the Central Valley to Southern California. We estimate that if this project, the Delta Conveyance Project, which we're driving forward, were in place last year, we would have had 900,000 acre feet of water more than we have today actually into the reservoirs and underground for what we know will be the next drought, which could be just around the corner. The next opportunity I want to talk about, so yes, it's about updating the infrastructure, the conveyance infrastructure. It's about, getting that supply, updating our supply, groundwater recharge to capture water, but it's also about more adaptive management that can be nimble to these changing conditions, and frankly, more collaboration and less litigation. At the end of the day, people have the prerogative to defend their legal interests in court in California water, but I'll suggest it hasn't worked that well for us over recent decades. In the San Joaquin Valley, you have less water reliability than you've had in the past, and our environment is faring worse than it has in the past. We have to find a better way. I'm really excited that some of the water agencies that you may be part of have embraced what we know as the voluntary agreements. The idea that the State Water Board, under state law, has to update its water quality standards for the Sacramento, the San Joaquin River, and the Bay Delta. What it basically means is it has to improve environmental conditions as a function of law. So unless state legislators change the Porter Cologne Act, the State Water Board is decades behind updating these requirements for environmental conditions. That purely regulatory approach is an untenable approach because it leaves so much water in the river and has such an impact on the diversions that we need for our cities and farms that it's not workable. And so recognizing that, Governor Brown and then Governor Newsom identified a third way, which is bringing water agencies together with state and federal agencies to come up with an agreed upon way to address these environmental conditions as state law requires, but in a way that can actually work for water agencies and water supply. And so those voluntary agreements right now, as I speak, are getting discussed at the Water Board as a program to implement those regulatory updates. And the promise here is that water agencies, I heard Don's comment about regulations in Sacramento can feel like a black box where you don't really understand what's happening. And then what comes out on the other side is something really problematic. This is a different approach. This is water agencies, our state agencies coming together and say, here is the pathway. We think this is a workable pathway to implement. And that's what these agreements are all about. And so we are really focused on working with our sister agency, Cal EPA, the State Water Board, so that these agreements that water agencies are bought into can be the pathway forward. And I'll tell you, state government has invested over $1 billion into helping these agreements work. And the idea is that you probably don't need to divert as much, need to reduce diversions as much as the regulatory approach if you build a lot of habitat and if you adaptively manage the rivers to help these endangered salmon and other fish recover. So that's the idea, collaboration. I also want to give a shout out to the San Joaquin CAP, or the Collaborative Action Program, if I'm getting that acronym right. The idea being, and the blueprint, the San Joaquin blueprint, bringing people together so you can identify a pathway forward that works for your region and your valley. And the goal in Sacramento is not to tell you how to manage your water, although I know it can feel like that sometimes. But our goal is to provide resources to help you implement what you want to implement, whether that's groundwater management, infrastructure, projects. We have to set standards, as I talked about with the State Water Board, but then also partner on how do we ultimately build your water reliability in the region, because that's what it's all about. California won't be successful if the Central Valley is not successful. You heard it and you've said it a lot. The Central Valley is America's breadbasket, and we need to address these challenging conditions, which we haven't experienced before, these worsening extremes, and we need to seize the moment to actually build this water future that we know we need and we know we can actually materialize. I want to give a shout out to the federal government and our congressman actually from this region, Jim Costa, who I know was here before. He's actually right there. He has helped bring more funding back into California on California water than we've had in a generation. This isn't a talking point. This is a reality. Well over $1 billion, I think $1.5 billion of federal funding, your taxpayer dollars, coming into California to build that infrastructure, to build those projects, to modernize our management. And we should be proud of that. I'm also really thankful to the person I work for, Governor Newsom, our legislature, including Valley reps. $9 billion of state taxpayer funding getting reinvested into our water systems over the last 5 years. So we actually have more funding to address these problems than we've ever had. Now, again, the challenges are great, and one thing we don't control is Mother Nature. So we're working to actually, catch up and then ultimately get ahead of the curve so that we can adapt to this new reality. So with that, I'm going to stop. I just want to thank you for, if you're somebody who engages with us in Sacramento, thank you for your patience and your goodwill, your engagement. We're always open to suggestions, constructive criticism, ideas. From my perspective, we have to move a lot faster to get these solutions in place. And actually, our state leaders agree. So know that that's a priority. The last shout out I want to give is to Secretary Karen Ross, who I saw come in the room. Obviously, our state agriculture secretary, who has been an incredible leader over 2 gubernatorial administrations. She is that person in Sacramento with the governor, with our cabinet, to ensure that agriculture is always a central part of the conversation, whether we're talking about water or economic development or labor issues. So I'm really grateful for her partnership as well. So I'm going to stop there, and if my host would allow me, I'd love to open it up to questions.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Thanks for coming out today, Secretary Crowfoot. Farmers are exhausted. In order for Sigma to work, we have to have surface water. And we see this Fall X2 management action as a prime example of having that. And there's no response. Do you have one for us?
Yeah, absolutely. So let me just break down Fall X2 because California water can feel very complicated. Fall X2 is a requirement that is in a set of rules that manage how we move water through the Delta. I think everybody should know that a large portion of our water supply comes off the Sacramento and San Joaquin River through the Delta. The Delta is a critical path on our water conveyance, but it's also a place where a whole lot of plants and animals live, some of them endangered. One of them is the Delta smelt. You no doubt have heard about this fish. In danger of blinking out into extinction. So as a result, these rules that were put in place years ago called the biological opinions. And one of these rules is that during the fall in wet or above average years, you have to allow a certain pulse of water to push through the Delta all the way to the Sassoon Bay. And the scientific advice or the scientific direction is that it provides conditions that are really helpful for the smelt. About a week, maybe 10 days ago, we received a letter, our agency, Department of Water Resources, from water agencies, our partners, that said, you know what? Couple problems. One is that emerging science suggests that Fall X2, this pulse of water, isn't demonstrating benefit for these smelt. And then two is we're facing down another drought. And so we are losing valuable water supply that we could put into storage. So in direct answer to your question, and over the weekend, then we sent, within a week, our agency sent a letter back and said, we understand the request, and we're working actively to modify Fall X2. In other words, to identify if there is a way to reduce that pulse of water through the Delta to allow for more of the water to get exported in a way that we believe can be safe for this endangered species that we're regulated to protect. So this is a good example of why we need more adaptive management. Because at the end of the day, if our hands were tied based on a court ruling, as arguably they are in a lot of things that we deal with, then we can't make that change. But I'm hopeful that in a matter of days or a couple of weeks, our agencies are going to be able to get back to those water agencies and say, we've been able to modify that requirement in a way that actually benefits water supply.
I guess I'll leave it there. Scott Hamilton. I'm a senior scientist with a California Water Policy Resources and Management. First of all, I'd like to commend this administration. Water is an issue that a lot of governors have avoided. It's very complicated. This administration seems to be extremely responsive and helpful as the issues have come up. I was delighted to hear your response to the Fall X2, even that you were so up to speed on it. That was very reassuring. We've been working on this issue now for 15 years. We were well aware that the science on which it was based was flawed, but not only we had U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service come out and say there's no benefit for it, we've had this multi-year structured decision-making process, which your staff was involved with. This also came out and said there's no benefit for Fall X2, and that there's so many other more beneficial things that we could do for Delta smelt. So I'm just delighted that that you're looking at it. And if there's anything that we can do to help, please let us know.
Yeah, thank you. I think a couple of things that we need to do is, one, we need to be more transparent. Certainly within our state agencies, I'll speak for myself in our state agency, and really how we're making these decisions to ensure that folks like you that have been working on the science have an opportunity to share this with us, and then we can communicate back. I do think it's a fair criticism that sometimes government can be too insular. And at the end of the day, if we're going to adaptively manage, we need the best and brightest from outside of government advising us. And then two is we have to again, we have to make decisions season over season. And I dare say we need to experiment a little bit, where if something's not working, then we move to something else. The fact is, a lot of these requirements were baked in to law by a federal judge over a decade ago. And we haven't been able to shift that while the ground is moving from under us on these water conditions. So the goal is ultimately, and the promise of what we know as the voluntary agreements, which we also call the healthy rivers and landscapes agreements, is that every year there's a governance committee, and water agencies have a role, and environmental conservation groups have a role, and California tribes, if they want, have a role, where everyone's looking at each other and assessing real-time conditions and identifying what water we have to actually manage, and then making decisions season over season. That's ultimately what we need and what we're moving toward.
Good to see you again, sir. The Central Valley continues to be underinvested in, and given our sincere needs and access to federal and state funding opportunities, what is your agency specifically doing to ensure that the Central Valley receives the funding it needs to address our crumbling infrastructure, clean drinking water, and more?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Couple of things. One is we agree that the Central Valley needs more investment, more transportation investment, more broadband investment, more appropriate energy investment, more water investment. And what I'll say with earnestness is I am really proud over the last 5 years of how much has been invested into the Central Valley. If you look at water infrastructure alone, whether it's contributing to projects that are not state responsibility, like the Fry and Kern Canal, we are stepping up and investing taxpayer funding into important infrastructure in the Central Valley. The land repurposing program to help local groundwater management agencies think through and ultimately fund how they're going to bring their basins into balance is another great example. I want to bring your attention to something a little bit outside of water, but it's important, and that's economic development plans. You may know of this Jobs First initiative across the state. The idea being the state invested tens of millions of dollars into regions, including the San Joaquin Valley, so that regions could identify what are their economic development priorities and where should state and federal funding be invested. And the good news is just last week, these 13 regions of California finalized and I think submitted and shared publicly these plans. And then our focus is we've got a pot of money that despite budget cuts still exists because it's a priority to actually invest in these priorities within the different regions. But then we're also being challenged by the governor to say, no, take all of your funding across your agency. Our agency spends billions of dollars a year, believe it or not, transportation agency, same, et cetera, and look at these regional priorities, and then make sure that you're optimizing or you're maximizing your investments toward these regional priorities. You've got a great leader, former mayor of Fresno, Ashley Swearingen, who was one of the leaders of one of these region plans. The idea is your region knows how you want to grow, what you want your future to be. It's not a one-size-fits-all from Sacramento, but what we can do is make sure that the state funding actually gets invested into the priorities that you identify, you prioritize in the region. So I think oh, yes, sir.
Secretary, thank you very much for coming. My name is Nat DeBudio. About 50 plus years ago, I was sitting out here as a student in what is now the old student union. But the makeup of the audience has changed over the years. Jim and I both have gotten older together. And Jim, I thank you for your support. But as we look over what's been said so far, I guess I'm still concerned. You've talked about the billions of dollars of investment and the billions of dollars more you need for more investment. You know, we sit here and we voted for the water bond in 2014. And I don't forget it was you or one of the speakers, could be another decade before we see that. So what good is all this water doing? Or what is all this funding doing? Not the water. Because as I drive through the countryside, you can see thousands and thousands of acres of what was the most productive ground in the world. Trees have been pulled out, vines have been pulled out. Any commodity you talk to, no one's doing well because we need water and we're not getting that water. The other negative effect of not getting the water, as my friends become older, their land has dropped in value. Without the water, there's no value. And there's nobody there who wants to buy it because there's no water. So I guess I get frustrated as everybody else is. I think there is a future in ag. We've all been through the cycles, and Karen and I've been through a cycle or two. But I guess I'm still frustrated where all these billions of dollars are going and the need for more billions of dollars if we're not really seeing the benefit today for my fellow growers.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the question and just being honest about the frustration. And I'm hoping that none of my optimism tries to paper over the challenge. Water reliability is less certain than it has been in the past. And if you look to the future, there's growing uncertainty. Some of that we don't control, Mother Nature. Fair enough. Some of that we do control, which is the infrastructure we have and the way that we manage water. And I think in both cases, we are making progress. Is it far enough? Is it fast enough? Needs to be faster. We need to move further. There are investments that are coming on the line that are making a difference. And they're not big. A lot of them are not big visible investments like Sites Reservoir will be. But for example, we've got hundreds of millions of dollars to local groundwater recharge projects to help build the infrastructure for irrigation districts to actually move flood flows into the right basins within their service territory to get water underground. That's happening. San Luis dam raise is happening. The rehabilitation of these regional conveyance structures is happening. But the challenge is the situation continues to get more challenging. It's not going to get easier. It's frankly going to get harder. And so I think that's part of the reality that we're dealing with. There will be, I think, just being educated on this, continued impact on the agricultural footprint from Sigma. And some people can say, well, we should have never had Sigma, but then, our groundwater basins, supply of our groundwater basins were collapsing so much literally that the ground was collapsing. So we know we need it. So I think I'm no expert, there's going to continue to be impacts on the size of agricultural production in certain parts of the valley and then the cost or the value of land. But I can tell you that we're working mightily to ensure that the infrastructure exists so that our systems can adapt and that maybe agriculture in the valley looks different in the future, but that the next generation of producers actually can feel confident in the future of Central Valley ag because we've made those investments and we do have a system that adapts to these changing conditions. But to me, it's always refreshing to leave Sacramento, get down here, because to hear the frustration that you articulate is important for us. We can't pretend that finding resources or even spending money is solving the problem.
Thank you so much, Secretary Crowfoot. Let's give him one more round of applause. Thank you so much. And we have a small token of appreciation for visiting Fresno State. We thought you'd like a little taste of the San Joaquin Valley. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much once again, Secretary Crowfoot. His conversation was just, it fit right along with the morning panel and as well as just the theme of the event. He highlighted that we need to find ways to work together and to coexist, in that how important conveyance and storage are, especially because of the climate change. And I think the panels this morning showed how we're already coexisting and we're already working together. Sarah talked about farming and how to do recharge, but focused and emphasized the benefit to drinking water and how that recharge would do. Then Don talked about farming, but he also talked about wildlife and making sure that there's enough water for wildlife. So taking into account both of them. And then Molly talked about just the different agencies. So we can't just coexist with water users. We also have to coexist with water agencies. And DWR has to work with the Bureau of Reclamation, and they also have to work with the local water districts and the water agencies. So it's not just the water users that have to coexist and work together to make sure that we meet our future water needs, but it's also the water agencies. And I want to thank the panel for showcasing that this morning and talking about all of those water users. And thank again, the secretary. We're gonna take a quick break. And we're a little behind schedule, but that's okay. We'll catch up a little bit later on. So let's take about a 20-minute break. So we'll see you back here around 11, and we'll talk to you soon. Good morning, everyone. Let's make our way back to our seats so we can get started with the next panel. And as we make our way back to the seat, I want to say a special thanks to all of those of you that are joining us virtually. We really appreciate that you are wanting to have a conversation with us or just be part of the event, even if you're not able to be here in person. Do we have questions? We're not taking. Got it. But if you do have questions that we're not able to answer, you can just feel free to email them to us and we'll share them with the speakers later if you are online. But we hope that you are able to follow along the entire way. So this morning we talked all about conveyance and storage of water. Well, it is really hard to manage some of that stuff and measure how well you're doing if you don't have data. And so to have a conversation about all of the data, we have a great panel coming up that will demystify some of those data concerns and what are some of the data that is available or isn't available and how some of the decisions are made. So to moderate our panel, we have Josh Veers from UC Merced, who is going to have a great panel discussion about demystifying water data. Joining him are Robin Grimm from the California Water Data Consortium, Daniel Hartwig, who's a farmer, but also president of the California Fresh Fruit Association, and Levi Johnson from the Bureau of Reclamation will be joining us virtually. And then we will have Molly White back up to talk to about the State Water Project. Thank you. Josh, the stage is yours.
Good morning, folks. Welcome back. Hopefully everybody got a nice break or got to take some selfies with the secretary. I'm going to say a few remarks, introduce myself, have the colleagues kind of come up to the stage. So why don't we do that now so that we're all set? And then, as was mentioned, we've got a speaker that's online. So bear with us as we kind of toggle back and forth. As was mentioned, my name's Josh Veers. I'm here representing the University of California, Merced. And we're a proud member of the Maddy Institute. So I wanted to say thank you to the entire staff at Fresno State for hosting this event and the Maddy Institute for having the vision for bringing these folks together. It's certainly momentous. And as I reflect on my 30 years in California water, it's really kind of mind-boggling when we had this conversation over the break, is that despite some of the huge leaps in technology and information, which we'll talk about a little bit later, some of the same problems remain, right? And so when I was a whippersnapper coming out of an undergraduate degree program and wondering what I was going to do, I was talking to some of my older advisors, kind of like grandpas, if you will.
asking them, what I should do, because California, there are all these water problems, and what could I actually work on? And one of them said, well, it's always darkest before it goes pitch black, right? And I was like, oh, that's not very optimistic, right? We try to think about like the glass is half full instead of half empty. And it's like, really, what are some of the things I could work on? What about the California Delta? And he's like, no, son, that's where good careers go to die. So I've done my best to kind of steer clear of that. And I'm like, no, what are some of the things that I could actually work on that might make a difference? And I think what was settled on that is thinking a little bit about the role of information. And, it's not, we don't need more data. We need better data, and better data leads to better decision making. And some of those ideas about you can't manage what you don't measure. And frankly, at that time, 30 years ago, we didn't really have a very good handle on how much water we had, where it was going, who was using it, for what purpose, when. And some of those questions still remain a little bit of a mystery. And so I wanted to bring up a slide real quick. I think I'll do that. About demystifying water data, and that's the topic of today's session. And so as a university professor, oftentimes I show slides that look like the next slide. If this is gonna, where do I point that? Like this one, right? So this is where we throw a bunch of data up on the wall, see what sticks, and everybody's eyes glaze over. Try not to make sense of it, but in the lower left-hand corner, I don't know if you can tell what that looks like. That's what we call a Sankey diagram, but this is showing water year types in the Central Sierra Nevada. So if you're working from right to left, on the far right is Friant, right? And that kind of makes sense. We've got 5 different water types. Now, keep in mind, there's no normal, right? There's wet, there's above normal, below normal, dry, critically dry, et cetera. But if you work to the left, that's going up towards the Stanislaus, you can see that it gets quite crazy, right? And there's a maze of these different water types. And then in fact, one water type from one dam that's above a different dam is totally different than the dam below it, right? So it's really confusing for students to try to wrap their head around the maze, which is California water. And so when we talk about the infrastructure, I show them this image, which I created with artificial intelligence, but I think anybody with some intelligence can say, yeah, that kind of makes a lot of sense, right? There's some gray infrastructure and nobody really knows where the water goes or where it ends up, especially if you've ever been to the Mendota Pool, which is where I take my students and they try to wrap my head around like it being the center of the universe for California water distribution or the Delta. So when thinking about this panel, I thought about the information flows themselves, right? The rivers of information, the way they try to make sense of, and all the data going up into the cloud, and does it actually rain down on top of us? But then I thought, really, if we're trying to demystify water data, we're really talking about a crystal ball, trying to look into the future and what that information may mean for us. But as a Gen Z, I'm a Gen X, I've got Gen Z kids. As a Gen X, and I try to explain to them what this might mean, I think it's a little bit more like a Ouija board, right? Is that we're all sitting around a seance and somebody's trying to push a little bit harder than somebody else to try to get this where it's going. So today's conversation really is about information, where it's going, how it may be able to help us in solving some of these problems, better data for better decision-making. So on the panel, I'm very excited to have some folks, some of whom are new to me and some that I've known for quite a while. Online, we have Levi Johnson, who's the operations manager for the Central Valley Operations Office that oversees water and power for the Bureau of Reclamation, which, as we know, is one of the largest and perhaps most powerful of all the federal agencies when it comes to water. In addition, representing a lot of the operation side of things, we've got Molly White, who's the assistant division manager overseeing the state water project within the Department of Water Resources. And we heard a little bit about SWP, and we'll hear a little bit more about their adaptation strategies. Daniel Hartwig, who comes with roots in the area, serving in a number of capacities, both as a grower and with Harris operations and sustainability, now with the California Fresh Fruit Association, taking on that responsibility. And then a recent add to the California Water Data Consortium, Dr. Robin Krim is the new CEO of this nonprofit organization that supports data-informed water management decisions in California. And we'll hear a little bit more about that as we go. So I said a little bit about my journey. What I'm hoping is that each of you can say a little bit about your journey and how you got to working on California water issues and what brought you into your organization. Daniel, or Molly, you want to go first? And
I've been working for the state in water for about it's about 20 some odd years. I did start off at the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. Certainly got some grounding there and moved over to the Department of Water Resources. I myself I've worked in water operations, hydropower relicensing for the State Water Project, and really started out in Division of Flood Management at the Department of Water Resources and made my way to ops the next year. And that's been about 18 years or so. So once you get into ops, you just don't want to leave. It's a great place to be working for the State Water Project.
Hi, everybody. I got my interest in water started out actually river guiding. If I go really far back, and that's something Josh and I share some experiences being on the rivers across this amazing state. We both also shared an experience at the Center for Watershed Sciences out of UC Davis. That's where I did my graduate work. I worked as a consultant for CH2M Hill, now Jacobs, for a little bit after that. Worked a lot on management of floodplains and on reducing flood risk. Worked on the 2017 update to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan as a consultant to the state. I spent some time at Environmental Defense Fund after that and worked on Open ET, which is a very data-focused project and sort of lent itself to where I landed now as the new CEO for the California Water Data Consortium. So happy to be here to talk about this subject and really grateful that it's on the docket for today. I think obviously it's a really important one.
Daniel Hartwig, and as was stated, I'm the president of California Fresh Fruit Association. If you want to trace my genesis in my water journey, I guess my family's been in farming for about 70 years or something like that. So obviously water is our most important and probably our most limiting input that we have as farmers. My family grew up growing stone fruit, grapes, turkeys, and now my brother and I farm almonds in FID. Glad to see some good folks from FID here as well. Before I took the role on at CFFA, I managed all the water. I was the director of sustainability. It was my last job I had at wolf farming. Harris Wolf. They're very symbiotic and very emblematic of the West Side farming operations, but wolf farming was the company I was at before, and managed a lot of the water there and dealt quite a bit with good folks also here from Westlands as well. So have a lot of and manage a lot of the technology that was implemented on the ranch there as well. So kind of wearing a couple different hats here today, probably more my farmer hat today than my ag organization hat, but happy to be here and happy to share some insights.
yeah, that's great. Levi, do you want to join us?
Yes, thank you so much. Hopefully folks can hear me okay, and thanks for the invite, and apologies I can't be there in person. Just to dispel any rumors or myths,
I think they're going to patch him in here shortly. Levi, I don't know if hopefully you can hear us.
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me? Oh, folks online can hear me. Great. How about now, Professor Veers? Can you hear me? Oh, great. Am I on? Great. Thank you so much. And apologies for not being there in person. Appreciate the opportunity to present. Levi Johnson here, Operations Manager for the Central Valley Project. Just to dispel any myths or rumors, I do not work for Bryant Water Authority as displayed behind you. But I'm sure that was just a logistical issue. No worries. I've been in California working for reclamation since 2016. I come from an ag water background, working for an irrigation district up in Washington State. I'll note that decades ago, I listened to a presentation on the California Water Fix at the University of Arizona, where I received my degree. And I think that presentation, was not California Water Fix back then, kind of stoked my interest in California water. And from a water management, water operations perspective, there is arguably no place more interesting and challenging than California. And happy to be here to provide the federal perspective on demystifying water data. Thank you.
Decisions. So as we think about collaboration in and around data collection, its accessibility, its reliability, how best do we do that and where are we headed? Robin, I'm hoping you can tell us a little bit about the consortium, your work, your vision around that, and how really it can help empower all of us to pursue this.
Yeah, I think I'll take a roundabout way to get to answering that question. I want to start by kind of repeating the gratitude that I have for data and a data panel having a place in this discussion today. In terms of the context of where we're sitting and the focus of this summit, I feel like these rural communities, rural landscapes across the state are really where wild places, food production, water systems, the heart of our water systems, communities, they all interface in a much more intimate way than I think in other places across the state. And so when there's implications or impacts to one, there's almost an immediate effect or an immediate impact on the other. And for that reason, I feel like sort of the folks who live and manage our resources and manage the land in these areas are really kind of representative of the first line defenders, first line responders to the challenges that we're facing with climate change, with these sort of weather whiplash type years that we're having, and also being asked to just consider so many different variables, so many different things. And so I feel like, data has a really important role to play in a couple of different ways within that sort of context of what's being asked of these communities in these rural places across the state. One, data was sort of inherent in all of the presentations and conversations that we heard already, even though it didn't get mentioned really explicitly a lot of the times. It really warmed my heart to see a spreadsheet posted by Don and his comments. I don't know if he's still in the room, but he was using data, right, to make the case about what was working best, the executive order versus the water rights track for the recharge projects and for accomplishing recharge goals in the Central Valley. There were numbers there that were helping make a case, right? And so in terms of sort of looking at identifying needs, looking forward in terms of planning and identifying the policy changes that are required across the state to make water work better for us collectively, data is critical to those conversations. Data is critical to our understanding of our reality and potential realities looking out into the future. Data is also really important in terms of something else like I mentioned, which is minimizing litigation. The more that we can put data out there in a way that's sort of commonly available and understood by all parties involved in decision-making around water earlier in a more timely manner, the more that those conversations about sort of disagreement about the numbers and the methodologies and the assumptions get put out there earlier on, right? Not in the courtroom. They get talked about and discussed and resolved earlier on in the process of decision-making if we can get the data in front of folks in a really accessible and easy to understand way early. And then finally, I just want to say that there's also this reality to like needing to reduce frustration and increase the efficiency around the reporting requirements for folks across the state, right? This kind of gets back to that point I made about a sense of overwhelm around all the different factors and variables that need to be considered and thought about and reported on. And there's certainly opportunities, to do that, to find some efficiencies, to make it easier for folks to comply with regulations and to comply with the need for better understanding where water is at any given point in time, who's using it for what purposes, how the fish are doing, et cetera. So just again, it's not sexy to use another term that got used earlier often, this conversation about data, but I think it's just so foundational to the work that we're all doing. And so I'm glad to see it highlighted. And so just to answer your question a little more about what the consortium does, the consortium is an independent nonprofit organization And it was really founded to support all aspects of the data lifecycle in California in order to better, ensure that data is there for data-informed decision-making around water management. And so, we do that in sort of a couple of different ways. One, we serve as a convening sort of forum space for folks at the state level and at the local level to come together and talk about ways to advance data-driven decision-making, to advance standards and protocol and data governance and all this stuff that's kind of back there in the weeds, but really critical for getting the data published and out there in an accessible way, and again, in a timely way, to talk about improvements in those and how to make sure that anything that public dollars is being spent on in terms of data procurement actually results in data available for the public for use for water management. We also have some really specific and strategic sort of programmatic work that we do that's intended to really, provide the value justification for why data infrastructure and data modernization is important. So we look to help move projects along that really kind of demonstrate how investment in data-driven tools and in data itself can really make a difference in the management of our water resources. And maybe throughout the conversation, I can speak to some of those examples. And then finally, I'd say, we just have a broader role on sort of helping to be that storyteller on exactly what I just said, that value proposition. There's a lot of interest in modernizing our data infrastructure. There was the ABT 1755, the passage of the Open and Transparent Water Data Act. A lot of times, though, the requirements of, what's really needed to implement that and to modernize our data infrastructure costs more than is actually being provided in terms of funding. And so there's a real need to kind of continue to tell the stories, continue to make that value proposition really clear to the legislature and to others across the state who could help support data modernization. And so, I'm always happy to hear stories of ways that that like modernization of your own data infrastructure or availability of new data sets really helps you along in your water management journeys, and happy to sort of look for ways to partner with folks on telling those stories and making that argument to the legislature and to others. So I probably use more time than I was supposed to, and I can pass along to.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you. And I just want to say, nerdy is the new sexy. So like anybody that can do spreadsheets or code, we're always looking to hire as well. So bring those talents. Levi, we're going to kick it to you, but let's think a little bit then about data interoperability and the needs in both space and time, particularly from the perspective of the Bureau of Reclamation, where you're balancing, real time data often, certainly generating power on the sub hourly basis, looking at electricity demand, but then also thinking about, 10-day transit time from Shasta down to the Delta and taking into account a lot of different factors. How do you approach that, and what are some of your recommendations?
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. Let me just step back quickly and try and maybe paint the picture of what data and timely data means for our operations, both real time and maybe seasonal planning here at our Central Valley Operations Office. So we're located in Sacramento. We're a 24/7, 365 operations center, and we reliably and safely direct the water and power operations associated with the Central Valley project. And that includes managing the industrial control system. And when you think of how our operations center is organized, we have our water operations division and our power operations division. I think that the third stool that is, or leg of the stool that's often missed, is our industrial control system. And this is the SCADA system that we use to monitor and control water and power operations of those Central Valley project facilities. What does that look like in the real world? It's a large network of sensors and equipment that are embedded in our dams, our power plants, our pumping plants, and our control centers. And this is really at the heart of providing real-time, as Professor Beers mentioned, power generation information, reservoir and river status information. And just so you understand the breadth of that, we're talking about over 25,000 sensors and equipment control that's relaying information to our operations center. This is critical information to help inform our real-time operations to be efficient and also coordinated amongst our facilities and with our partners like DWR. Just maybe a couple of examples, and I'll try and get to the transit time on the Sacramento River. The data that we're looking at day to day or sub-daily through our ICS system and other systems from other projects in the California landscape include, say, reservoir inflow information, maybe a flow measurement out of a dam, be it a penstock or otherwise, temperature readings that will help inform our temperature management for, say, a listed species. I'm thinking right now we have a temperature management operation on the Sacramento for winter run, and we have been making adjustments based off of data provided, both temperatures in the river, readings of our cold water pool in Shasta, and what our blending through our temperature control device at Shasta is providing downstream. Now, when you think of water projects and water operations, you can't think of that without the power operations. Those go hand in hand. So again, related to the hydropower, information and data regarding unit performance at our facilities allows us to maximize our day-to-day real-time water operations as it relates to power demands. I'll also note on the hydropower component, I think that was, I'm glad you brought that up. We're talking about federal facilities that play a critical role in ensuring grid stability. And with that, it comes with several layers of compliance for our industrial control system. I'm thinking NERC-CIP compliance and also FSMA compliance. This dictates how we can access information and data, and it also takes a huge amount of our time making sure that our data systems and the data developed by those systems remains in compliance. I will also just differentiate. We have real-time operations, the timely and accurate data that our ICS and other ICS systems provide us is clearly important to make sure that we're making the most informed operational decisions. We also have water right permit requirements and ESA commitments that are tied to having data and ensuring that we're meeting those commitments and having accurate, informed data that we can stand behind to say that we are indeed meeting those requirements. I mentioned the Sacramento River temperature example. Delta water quality requirements is another really good example. And just to kind of paint a nuanced picture of what that looks like, you might have a compliance data point at point X. That's not the data point we are relying on day to day to make sure that we're going to stay in compliance. We have a huge array of sensors and data that we rely on to try and look at trends and try and forecast what we can expect to happen in this example with salinity in the Delta. Beyond that real-time operational posture, we have this extraordinary operations. I'm thinking of prolonged drought, 2020 through 2022, for example, or flood operations, water year 2023. The importance of quality and timely data during those times is I think obvious to everyone. I think Molly might speak a little bit more in detail what that looks like. And then let me just hit on one other point before I hand it back over to you, Josh. We have the real-time day-to-day operational considerations, but we also have a seasonal planning component that comes out of our office. I'm thinking of, for example, our monthly project operational forecasts that are informed by inflow data from DWR and other data points that help us determine water supply allocation for both North of Delta and South of Delta CBP contractors and in Delta contractors. And again, this points to the need for accurate data from numerous sources that helps inform these operational studies. And hopefully I didn't go over too long and helps put the CBP operational perspective and the importance of timely and accurate data at the forefront of this discussion. Thanks, Josh.
Yeah, no, that's really amazing. And to think about how all those pieces fit together. I'm glad you've got a good handle on it. I'm not sure I'd be able to keep track of all of those moving pieces. But increasingly, we're moving closer and closer to, real-time decision-making with real-time data, and that presents some certain challenges. Molly, I'm wondering if you can do a deep dive on really how DWR is approaching this problem, perhaps with some examples of what you guys have put in place.
Sure, thank you very much. So I'll start off. So when it comes to data, our operators are looking at 15-minute data, hourly data, daily data, and then we transition out to forecasted data, whether it be for the next day, the next hour, a week out, a month out, or many years out. And then how do we incorporate climate change? So our world for operating the State Water Project is certainly informed by so many pieces of data. So I just want to talk about a few specific examples of how we're using data in the real time, but also how we will be using data in the future for future operations, say for Lake Oroville. I'll start off. So Lake Oroville, primary purpose is for flood control and for water supply, two primary purposes, managing during the winter time to reduce flood risk reduction for downstream communities, but also balancing that with refilling the lake for water supply to be used in the future. So DWR embarked upon an effort back in 2019 for forecast-informed reservoir operations. There's two elements to FIRO. It's improved forecasting and then operationalizing those improved forecasts to make decisions, flood control decisions, refill decisions to manage the lake. We are working on with Scripps, Center for Western Water and Weather Extremes, and other agencies to improve our forecasts. And they're essentially, the Army Corps is updating our water control manual for Lake Oroville. So by the end of water year 2026, September 2026, hoping to have a new water control manual that will include aspects of FIRO. And so part of that forecast improvements when it comes to data is Scripps now are bringing in planes from the East Coast to fly the atmospheric rivers, and that is informed that real-time inflow forecasting that we're getting to manage throughout flood control. And then those improved forecasts down the road will also help us store more water during the springtime, just based upon forecasted information. And then, so there's that balance of additional water supply reliability, say in the future under a FIRO operation. In 2022, we also incorporated the use of airborne snow observatory, doing snow flights of the snowpack, not only in the Feather and Yuba River, but also it's been done in the San Joaquin, incorporated in the north. And that really gives us a strong picture of what that spatial distribution of snowpack is and how does it relate to when we're doing the water supply forecasts. They're on a monthly basis, the snow cooperators are out there directly measuring the snowpack. And what the flights do is it really gives us a handle on the spatial distribution of the snowpack, and just not at these discrete measurement locations. And so that's really gone a long way just to improve the forecast for water supply forecasts that we do use for our State Water Project allocations. Down in the Delta. So again, as Secretary Crowfoot mentioned, there's a big balancing act. You have endangered species in the Delta. We're maximizing our water supply. A few things that we've incorporated into our, Levi had mentioned winter run salmon. We have certain triggers of if we salvage so many salmon in our Delta facilities, could trigger a reduction in pumping. So what we've been able to do is working with our state and federal fishery agencies is incorporating genetic confirmation. So we are getting fish at our fish facilities, and within 24 hours, getting what are the genetics of these fish? Are they listed species or not listed species? And much of the time we haven't had to curtail our pumping because it's been determined that the fish species through genetic confirmation are not those endangered species. So that really helps directly measure to water supply and be able to continue our operations in the Delta. It was also mentioned about FALX2. We're actively in that process right now and coordinating with the state and federal fisheries agencies on what we can do here in October to minimize that impact of FALX2. And that's really based upon science and data of the fish species and what we're seeing through the course of time in the Delta. And then lastly, our power operations, and Levi had mentioned that. So even with the historical or the excessive heat warning that's on the horizon today, tomorrow, just throughout the state, we are using that information, and as a state water project, rebalancing our generation schedules, our pumping schedules to manage and provide that help with reliability of the power grid in the state. And I will leave it at that for right now.
No, then that's great. It's really empowering to hear about some of these specific examples, and the genetic confirmation was a new one to me. It makes a lot of sense. That's clearly where, better data is leading to better decisions. Personally, as kind of a data walk, the Airborne Snow Observatory LiDAR data, I always find it super fascinating. And, those data have been able to show that there are pockets, snow pillows that build up in unexpected places, and that are really kind of different from, some of our previous observations, places where people can't normally go during the winter. We're able to measure with high accuracy. I've always said, though, like, you can have all the data in the world, especially up in the headwaters, but if you can't translate that into a different decision for a farmer in Firebaugh or Delano or Tranquility or wherever, then it probably doesn't mean much. At the same time, we're generating a lot of on-farm data. We heard, Don Cameron, he's got instruments in the ground in every direction, and he's making kind of real-time decisions around that. But I think for most growers, the technology still can be a little prohibitive. Daniel, I'm just wondering if you can share your perspective on where are we? Are we kind of running behind? Are we running forward? What's going to work for us? And how does all this information translate into better decision-making for growers?
Well, I think you're right. I mean, I think the challenge is there's a lot of data, and it's really great data for a lot of scientists, but not a lot of that gets kind of trickled down to the farm side. Knowing how much water we're going to have. I know on the west side, for instance, this year they were stuck at like 30 and then 40, and then finally 50% allocations came in June, right? I mean, what the heck are you going to plant in June that's going to be able to actually grow and finish by the time the water year is actually done? There's not a whole lot. And so when the information doesn't trickle down, that's a huge problem. For instance, my dad, I mean, we farm in a really great water district even, and my dad was looking to plant, some corn, and there's not a whole heck of a lot of margin in corn right now, some dairy corn. And, his decision really came down to, would he be able to finish his corn crop if, are we going to get that extra month of water, delivered? And, that was really the decision. He doesn't want to have to turn on his pumps. It costs a lot of money to run pumps. PG&E rates aren't going down or anything. So, his decision really came down to, can I make money on this? Is there going to be water deliveries? And, that information, thankfully the water district that we farm in, we got that information in a timely manner. He was able to get his corn in the ground. But for a lot of folks, that's not an option. If they're not getting that information in a timely manner, you're costing people money, you're costing jobs. There's a lot of opportunity costs to not having the information, get down to the grower level in a manner when they can actually act on it. There is a lot of data on farm, though. I mean, like I said, the water is kind of an external factor. Having the certainty of a water supply is probably the most critical thing we can do. But there's a lot of great things that folks are doing on farm in terms of, satellite ET data, doing flights, doing, again, satellites that are coming over. I know, when on the farm, we were able to find some irrigation problems in our drip systems. Because, by running a drone over top of it and seeing, hey, we've got issues here, 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 and here. Hey, look, that irrigator is not actually checking and he's not actually, draining the systems. So we're getting crud built up, inside of there. We're not irrigating as efficiently as we can. By being able to find that out, that helps you be more efficient with your water use and reduce the water you're putting on. But you've got to have, like I said, you've got to have that data to be able to do that. A lot of really great data, that we're finding as well, especially as we go into Sigma. It's really critical to have, water data about your usage, right? I mean, this year, I can go back and look historically and see how much water we put on, and there's a couple inches, maybe you're 3 or 4 inches, applied different in a given year, just depending on the weather and how much heat there is, and when you had to start irrigating and all those factors. But you get into a year like this where we had record heat for, basically the entire month of July was a furnace here, right? And so, maybe all of a sudden now you're putting on, if your irrigation system's even designed for this, but you're putting on maybe an extra, 3 inches of water in a 1 month span, you have to be able to account for that. And as you're looking at trying to reschedule water into a future year, or, again, not digging into your Sigma allocation that you're getting, having that data in real time to be able to make decisions. Do I need to go buy supplemental water? Should I go out and make that expenditure? Having that data on the farm and being able to collect that data and not waiting to get your billing, a month later, it's really critical to be able to make, really good decisions. Because again, if you don't have it, and there's some really great vendors out there. Some of them are here in the room that can help, automate a lot of your, data collection. If you have water meters on your farm, if you have water meters, and you can collect that data. But to your point, there's not a lot of great spots to kind of aggregate that data and pull it all together and really tell you what you're looking for. A lot of farmers kind of have information fatigue at times, that I've got all this information, it's over here and it's over here and it's over here and it's over here, but I don't have a really great way to pull that together and really, do something actionable with it. It's great that I have this information. Now what the hell do I do with it? Basically, like there's not a lot of great options for that. And I think, I mean, everybody talks about AI and how to monetize that. I do think there's, opportunities to pull that, into that space and maybe, create some data. But data is just data if you can't create action out of it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just smiling a little bit because I was one of our researchers at UC Merced developed a digital twin of our experimental smart farm. And you have to wear these goggles and it shows you the farm and all this other stuff. And I was just imagining Don Cameron wearing those out at his farm, trying to find some sunflowers or something. Nobody wants 12 more apps on their phone. We've got to be able to figure that out. But it does sound like, some things are working. You mentioned a little bit on the evapotranspiration, Open ET, and I know, Robin, you had a real guiding force in making that a reality. I'm curious, the glass is half full. What are some of the things that are working that maybe people aren't, paying attention to, or we could put a little bit more emphasis on? And Levi, I see you there. Maybe you want to touch on that, perhaps some of the things you heard or things you're aware of.
Yeah, happy to provide some feedback on that. I'll mention the timeliness of information that came up. That's critical, and just want to recognize that having data sets available is one thing. And I have a list of great websites that I use every day with huge amounts of data that help inform our operational decision. But I think one thing I'm hearing is that the ability to communicate what that data means is really important. And I'll just highlight that as a theme from an operation and Central Valley project perspective. We're always looking at how to improve communications on operational decisions, the data and assumptions that have informed that. So I just want to put a plug in on that. I'll say one thing that is working, and I'll try and capture a typical flood operation posture for the projects. We have a flood operations center here at our operations center, and in water year 2023, you could envision daily or sub-daily meetings of all major water agencies in the state of California with the California Nevada River Forecast Center. It's an incredible site. It's an incredible exchange of information that helps inform what agencies are seeing, what their planned operations are. And it is really a testament of compiling real-time information and data from different various sources, Army Corps of Engineers, different districts, different water districts, DWR, reclamation. I'll point to that as a recent example of excellent coordination. Again, Water Year 2023, I don't want to discredit the impacts to a lot of landowners, producers, communities because of flooding. I think you could argue that it could have been a lot worse, and I'll point to that as something that I think is working. And I'll leave it at that.
Robin, you want to weigh in?
I mean, I wanted to follow on some of what was said about, putting the data into context and sort of getting from just information to decision support, and a project that I was aware of before joining the data consortium and have long thought was a really great project is the work that's being done on the groundwater accounting platform. I think that's a really great example of a tool that is intended to take data like meter data and ET data and sort of put it into the context of Sigma implementation and how these GSAs are approaching allocations, how they're approaching decision-making on maintaining sustainable water use over time. And it gives a communication platform that the landowners and growers can use to communicate back and forth with their GSAs, where it's really transparent and clear the data that's being used for what purposes and under what assumptions are being made. And I think, again, to the point I made earlier about kind of timeliness and sort of early transparency around those types of choices, right? Like how the data is being used in context, what data is being used, what are the assumptions? The fact that that conversation is happening earlier on, I think, is likely to be minimizing or avoiding a lot of potential litigation in the sort of Sigma implementation space. And I think tools like that are so important. I think the other thing I wanted to make a point to say, because this sort of real-time data need has come up. There's another project that we're involved in, which is a pilot project looking at telemeter data and the implementation of telemetry networks in a pilot watershed in the state. And I think one of the things that kind of comes along, one of the conundrums that comes along with the need for and the increasing use of near real-time data is the sort of accuracy QA/QC problem, right? Like everybody wants to know the data is good, but sometimes we don't necessarily have time to make sure the data is perfect. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity to work in that space around sort of, I mean, obviously this concept of managing through uncertainty is an age-old concept, but I think it takes a different kind of flavor when you talk about like really specific numbers that are coming in, and how do you deal with preliminary versus final? What is accurate enough? When you know that there's sort of 15% error or margin for error, what do you do with that? How do you take that information and turns it into policy and governance at the GSA level or at another level? And kind of how do you then use data over time to monitor, were we 15% over? Were we 15% under? Do we need to adjust? Do we need to refine the data? Do we need to advance the science around this data to make it more accurate? So I'm just kind of flagging that as I think a really important kind of nexus between governance and policy discussions and data, especially as the need for this more real-time information is increasing with the sort of climate whiplash that we're dealing with, and the like snap drought type of situation that you referred to from this last month, for example. So thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. And it certainly feeds back to some of the previous panel talking about being able to be more flexible with water, perhaps through water trading, being more precise in managing our reservoirs and downstream releases for a variety of purposes. So as we kind of close this out, and we do have a little bit of time for questions, so be thinking about those. I'd like to ask each of you if you could change just one thing for California water, perhaps related to water data, but if you could change that one thing, what's that one thing you would change? Dan?
Certainty. I mean, if there was any, sorry, that's why I wanted to go first. I mean, that was, no, I mean, I wish we had certainty. I mean, no, I mean, I think you showed your, histogram or whatever, the fancy chart you had there or whatever, but I mean, yeah, I mean, this is not certainty. And I mean, we can't manage, farmers can manage around a lot of things and, but, certainty is something we wish we had if it was price certainty or if it was, yield certainty or anything like that. Right now we have zero certainty. So.
Robin?
That's such a hard question that you didn't warn us about. I think there's a lot of sort of, long-standing hardened history in water that makes it really hard to kind of think about a path forward sort of free of baggage, right? And with more of a spirit of collaboration and trust. And so to some degree, I wish there was sort of a reset where we could put everybody in the room without some of that and just sort of talk honestly and openly about like what's the best path forward given where we are today. So
Molly?
A little bit on that line of talking, our requirements, and Levi had mentioned them, our Bay Delta requirements, and those were developed back under conditions that are quite different than what we're seeing now, especially say in the last 2 decades. We've certainly seen, we've seen precipitation. It varies normally. That haven't seen much of a change there, but it's the warming temperatures, and that certainly is influencing the amount of runoff, spring runoff for snowpack. And what I'm getting at is the openness to look at these regulations and how can they be managed, adapted to take into consideration the uncertainty and the variability we're seeing, especially with the increasing temperatures. That's what I would say.
Yeah, and Levi?
Yeah, I agree with all those sentiments. I think maybe encompassing all of those concepts is this best path forward concept and certainty on the requirements and regulations. There's a lot of moving pieces in the California water landscape right now in terms of volunteer agreements, healthy river and landscape flows, updates to the biological opinions that direct CBP State Water Project operations, possible updates to other requirements to all align. And I'll go back to this common understanding of how these pieces fit together and how they impact each other. Having that common understanding to have these informed discussions on best paths forward on a limited resource, I think is something that I would aspire to on the policy side of California water.
And so right before we jump to questions here, I guess I would round that out and just say that, there is no silver bullet, right? And unfortunately, I think a lot of folks think that the one thing will solve all the problems when in reality, it might be some silver buckshot. We heard a lot of good ideas out there, perhaps small, but taken together could make a big difference. And it's an all the above approach to trying to solve some of these problems. So if you do have a question, please come up to one of the microphones, introduce yourself. And if it's directed towards an individual panelist, let us know. Otherwise, we'll try our best to answer.
I think it's on. Okay. Hi, my name is Lindsay Cedarquist. I have a question for Ms. White regarding the genetic confirmation testing. Early on this year, at the pumps in San Luis Reservoir, there were steelhead fish that caused curtailment. And my understanding is with the Endangered Species Act, that was only applicable to native steelhead fish and not hatchery. Can genetic confirmation testing be used in that scenario to determine if it's native versus hatchery? Or maybe it was used, I don't know.
A little bit out of my lane as it relates to the biology and the genetic testing I was relating to is for salmon, or winter run versus fall run versus spring run salmon. There has been discussions of getting better tools or improved tools, I should say, as I understand it, to be able to do genetic confirmation for all the species like salmon or like steelhead.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for being here today. I think there's a clear need for data in general. Like data is very important. However, we need a robust network so we can use that data effectively. So I'm curious the panel's thoughts on developing data literacy, whether it's through collaboration with local farm bureaus, existing state programs, but how can we make technologies and data literacy more accessible to farmers and growers across the valley and in different communities?
I think there's actually I think the F3 project that's going on right now, I think actually kind of addresses a lot of that. I know a lot of it's targeted more towards, the farm employee, community. And it's not really digging into the data, but I do think that it, will help, improve data literacy, improve, the ability to use, computers and tablets and things like that, smartphones. That information does, that collaboration will, I think, help address quite a bit of that.
And just for the audience, if you haven't yet heard of F3, this is Farms Food Future and F3 Innovate. Specifically, ag tech is one of the primary gears for F3. It's a consortium of 8 different community colleges that are doing competency-based education, primarily around the agricultural workforce. But added to that includes K through 12 engagement, and really just building digital literacy throughout the valley, which is incredibly important. And some of the ways that we do that is we put near peer students, so these are students perhaps in engineering, computer science, into local communities where they've come from to be able to teach a younger generation how to build bots, how to code them, how to fly drones, things like that. So definitely moving in that right direction, but more could be done. Question.
Yeah, I'm Steve Haugen with Kings River Water Association. Headwater monitoring was mentioned here, ASO and the Scripps work. That's all key foundational information that we need to be able to better operate and optimize our systems. But it's really hard to communicate that data, as intense as that is, out to the landowner, the end user of that water. What do we need to do to better communicate the need for that data collection? I'm not sure you can communicate that exact data, but the need for it needs to be there. And I'd support moving forward with anything we can to keep that data collection stream consistent and going forward, because we need that. Thanks.
I think it's a great question. As far as I think what I would like to understand more is how that data could be used as well at, say, the ground floor level. Right now, that information, we pull it, say, off of Scripps, getting the information, or through our Division of Flood Management at Department of Water Resources in those buckets. But certainly, I think there's an avenue there to get the data in a manner that could be more communicated better, and just how that would be better used maybe through the open data.
Well, I just want to kind of a little bit cheekily answer the question that with data, I think you can communicate the value of that information, the need for it with more data. And I've seen some really interesting studies about the economic value of forecast informed reservoir operations and of the snowborn LiDAR data in terms of, that additional water supply that can be stored behind the reservoir because the flood space didn't have to be so big has significant value to it. And so I think, having statistics like that on hand, telling those stories, having sort of personal stories told of what that meant for, what could be grown and what could be farmed in a particular region downstream that year because of that additional storage space that was available for supply. I think that, it's really important to find ways to kind of amplify those stories and kind of continue to hit the pavement about them so that, investment continues in these really critical data sets for us.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to add, folks may know Wes Monier at Turlock Irrigation District, but his personal testimony of using ASO data and using FIRO as an approach to manage the Tuolumne watershed. My recollection, and don't quote me, Don, right, because I'll get this wrong. I think it was 64,000 acre feet they were able to save that otherwise they would have released. And so depending on your price of water, that can tell you very quickly what that information was worth.
Hello, my name is Sue Reese. I come as a representative of a small rural community that is almost exclusively domestic wells and septic tanks just south of Fresno. And having been at Self-Help Enterprises for over a decade and working on community engagement in this space. And one of the things that we run into, a lot of us, is the idea of privacy when it comes to data. Don't want, okay, and some of what Robin was talking about, bringing people together. I'm trying to bring community agency members and decision makers together to do a lot what you were saying. What are your thoughts about that whole privacy issue and what's being done, or what do you see coming? Any advice?
Okay, I need to be brief. I just want to kind of acknowledge a couple of things. One, that data, sort of public availability of data is hard, and there's some legitimacy to some of the sort of sensationalized, thank you, media coverage that happens when data is made public without the appropriate context. That's a real thing, right? And there's, concerns about sort of business, giving away business secrets, trade secrets, things like that. That's also real. That said, I think there's a real important angle when we're thinking about data and what it means for data to be open and for data to be sort of made available, that the public investment is made publicly available for public good. There's an equity angle to that too, right? So if folks are implicated or impacted by decisions that are happening, or for example, if there's work happening that may impact the quality of water in domestic wells, it's really important that that information is shared and that there's transparency there. And so I think there's an interesting balancing act, and I really appreciate the question, and would like to see more attention paid to the sort of equity component of what does it mean for the state to invest in open data. I think it's a really important part of it.
Well, I see Blake standing up here, which means we're standing between you and lunch. So I see this one other question. Perhaps you could come up afterwards and we could answer your question then, if that's okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do need to move on to schedule, but would definitely invite you to visit with the panelists. Sorry, Steve, after during the break time. So let's please give our panelists a round of applause, and thank you, Dr. Beers, for moderating. Great. And at this time, we are going to break for lunch. We do have a boxed lunch in the back that you're welcome to grab, sponsored by Wawona Frozen Foods. So please feel free to enjoy, network, and then we'll get started in just a few minutes in a bit here. So thank you.
Hi, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and feel free to continue eating while we continue our discussion this afternoon. Change. You want a chair? Okay. Can you believe it's been 10 years in Sigma? Because I feel like we just started talking about it yesterday. Does anybody else feel like that? Well, our panel is going to tell you what has happened in the last 10 years and show you that it has been 10 years already. So to kick us off, we have Cassie from North Kings GSA and the Fresno Irrigation District, who's going to be the moderator for our panel, and she will introduce her speakers. Welcome, Cassie.
No. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? How was lunch? Don't answer. I can see you all chewing, so I'll just take your head nods. So to get us started, I know it's lunch and we got this excellent hour that we're going to spend with you. And so to get us started, we kind of wanted to get a feel for who's in the room. Just by show of hands, I would like you to give me some perspective and our panelists some perspective on who's in the room. So if you're a GSA manager, raise your hand, or work in a GSA. All right, we got a couple. Perfect. What about academia, professors, educators, students? All right, fair amount of those. Thank you all for being here. What about industry, whether that's an ag industry or, yep, I see some Farm Bureau friends, commodity groups. That's great. Farmers, love it. Irrigation district management or staff. Any irrigation districts? Yep, my colleagues here. Perfect. Lots of those. Okay, now let's get to the government. Local government, raise your hand. State government, raise your hand. Perfect. Federal government? Any? Perfect. Thank you. I was getting there. I know the students can respond to that one. What about farmers? Perfect. Lots of farmers. Well, we really appreciate any political representatives. All right. Well, I know Congressman Costa, Diego Cruz is here, Congressman Costa's office, and just again, really appreciate the support from Congressman Costa and all of the support financially and also just legislatively helping us maneuver through projects. So Diego, you can pass that good word along to Congressman Costa. So it's really, really great that we have such wide representation in the room, because one of the best things about Sigma, and I think all of us could agree, maybe not on everything, but on this point, we could agree that one of the wins of Sigma way back when, 10 years ago, when they were forming this new law, was the local control perspective. Local control, not top down, but bottom up. And I will say that in terms of regulation, that is really unheard of. And I think we have some stories to share about how that has been successful in the individual GSAs, as well as just from a Sigma perspective. So I am super excited. I'm Cassie Chahan. Those of you who know me know I get super excited about a lot of things. And this is one of them. I'm super excited to be with you today. I'm the Executive Director of the North Kings Groundwater Sustainability Agency, as well as the Special Project Manager for Fresno Irrigation District, which has provided me a lot of opportunity to work on a lot of different things, including legislative matters, external affairs, as well as some special projects. So it's been a really great 5 years that I've been in that role and recovering from my role as a regulator for the past 20 years, which I shared with all of you earlier. So I am also super excited to be joined by our esteemed panelists, and most of them need no introduction, but I'm going to introduce them anyway. Starting off with Mr. Spencer Cole. He brings us the researcher perspective. He's with the Public Policy Institute of California, and he is a research analyst and will be sharing some perspective on research and the role that research has really played over the last 10 years in Sigma implementation and impacts of Sigma implementation. We also have the regulatory perspective provided by Mr. Sam Bolin-Bryan. He works for the State Water Resources Control Board, currently the Deputy Director of the Office of Groundwater Sustainability or Sustainable Management with the State Water Board, but has a lot of history with the State Water Board, including in water rights. And I know some questions related to water rights and permitting have come up in today's discussion. And then we have the water management GSA perspective coming from another person who needs no introduction, Aaron Fukuda. He is the general manager of the Tulare Irrigation District and also the Mid-Cahuilla GSA interim manager still, or manager. Yep. And then last but not least, on the very end down there, Kevin Herman, and Kevin brings us the farmer perspective. He is with the Specialty Crop Company. And as he mentioned to some of you before today's discussion, farming in Madera and Merced counties, and been around for a long time, and really appreciate carving some time out during harvest to be with us here today for the discussion. So one thing that's for certain, we've heard it again and again. It's been kind of a theme for today. Change is hard. Change is really, really hard. So as we sit back and fasten our seatbelts and get ready for this discussion, we're going to share some perspective looking back, but a lot of looking forward. What's different today because of Sigma? What changes have been implemented because of Sigma? What were we doing and what was occupying our time before Sigma versus in a post-Sigma world? So we're going to dive right in and get started with that discussion. And for today's panel, we're going to ask some questions that have been prepared for the panelists so we can make sure we cover a lot of perspective, but then also leave about 10-15 minutes at the end so that all of you can ask questions from our esteemed panelists. So let's get started. Our first theme for the day is going to be life before and after Sigma. 2014, we're creating a new legislation. We're all lobbying for that local control. And then we're like, oh no, now we have local control. Now we've got to demonstrate this local control and be part of that solution. So Aaron, in 2014, I'd just like to get some perspective on, what was consuming your day? What were you thinking about? What was top of mind back then compared to how you spend your time today in your dual roles?
Thanks, Cassie. That's a great question. And it made me go back to the good old days when I was a mid-career civil engineer working for the irrigation district. We were in the the throes of a drought. My general manager at the time, so I was kind of the second in command, and his direction was go build projects, don't spend any money, and don't lose any employees. So it was challenging, but that, we were out in the field, we're trying to address these drought concerns, because if you remember, an irrigation district collects water rates, and if we're not delivering any water, we're not creating any revenues. But we were able to continue the work we were doing. We were building recharge basins, interestingly, from about 2007 on forward. Personally, my portfolio added a little over 200 acres of recharge basins in the last couple of years. So we weren't in Sigma, but we were in a construction window trying to survive a drought. I was in mid-career civil engineer building stuff. I was living the dream that every young civil engineer dreams about, is being given the leash to go design, build, and construct things for borrowing staff, recognizing that we have to have dedicated staff. So I have access to a water resources engineer, an assistant water resources engineer, and they spend anywhere between 50 to 100% of their time in the GSA world. So we now have dedicated staff to addressing Sigma and the needs that are in front of us. So it's kind of the transition for what I saw from pre-Sigma building stuff to Sigma building stuff specifically for sustainability.
Great, Aaron, thank you for that. Moving on to Sam, we just heard from the irrigation district perspective. Can you share with us, Sam, what consumes staff resources time at the State Water Board and how that has changed over the last 10 years because of Sigma? And we've talked a lot today about adaptive management and maybe touching on that as well.
Sure. So maybe I'll start with what consumed my time over the arc of the 10 years, and then kind of use that as an allegory of what the State Water Board is experiencing. I was a staff engineer in 2012 with the State Water Boards, and working in water rights permitting, which I hear is another popular topic today. And the challenges we were looking at there, this is before really the drought set in, and it's the start of my career, and I was looking at, okay, how do we kind of protect senior water rights? I was focused in North Coast streams, is kind of very focused activities on specific water rights. And then there was a bit of historical perspective then of like, look, we're just focusing on surface water in terms of how we're answering these allocation questions. And then the drought came 2012 to 2015. And at that time, we haven't seen a drought like this since, 76, 77. And it was kind of the focal point of a lot of activities in water rights and in the other divisions of the State Water Board. And so that driving focus, right in the middle of that emerged the legislation, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And that kind of served as this continuing focal point for the State Water Board. So the drought brought a lot of different perspectives and programs together within the organization. And from our Division of Water Quality, our Division of Financial Assistance. So there's the grant making, but also regulation on the water quality side of things. And what the drought really crystallized and Sigma helped focus is this effort to kind of look at the many facets of groundwater management. And that has persisted. I think that's been a big change, and that's been evolving over time. The board, the State Water Board, and I should note I'm speaking as a staff person. I do not represent the board members, but also I'll add staff periodically. But State Water Board staff really were focused on specific programs, and there wasn't as much integration around groundwater, and it was focused mostly on water quality. And what Sigma has kind of pushed along is how there's so many aspects to like a supply portfolio when managing groundwater, and that the board has a role in a lot of those kind of aspects of the portfolio. And so it has had a strong integrating effect, and we're still seeing that today. Outside of kind of those bigger programmatic things, there's a team at the water board responsible for implementing Sigma now. At first, it was kind of a small group of like 8 or 9 staff, formed right around 2014. I was part of that group, and then worked in that effort in the first 5 years, and then left for a time, and now come back to what is now a new office within the State Water Board, the Office of Sustainable Groundwater Management. And so now we have a program and a team dedicated to implementing Sigma and focusing resources on really helping groundwater sustainability agencies get back on track where needed, but also where the State Water Board needs to take further actions to manage groundwater. We have a specified group just to focus on that. So those have been kind of the big changes from my experience, as well as some of the program and how Sigma has kind of been this focusing aspect on many different activities the State Water Board does.
I am sure we'll get back to the State Water Board, particularly as their role as the backstop agency in Sigma and helping GSAs along to reach sustainability. So more to come from Sam, but let's move on to Spencer. Spencer with the Public Policy Institute of California. We all recognize that PPIC has done a lot of work over the last 10 years as it relates to Sigma implementation, impacts of decisions being made by GSAs as the GSPs, groundwater sustainability plans, are getting implemented. So what can you share from your perspective, the top issues that have really risen to the top because of the passage of Sigma, and how the last 10 years has looked different as GSAs are moving towards sustainability and implementing their groundwater sustainability plans?
This on? Okay, perfect. Yeah, so to start with the top issues part, I think a big part of the challenge with implementing Sigma is that we're talking about really big groundwater cuts in an area that's highly groundwater dependent. So groundwater provides probably over 50% of the average groundwater use or water use here in the San Joaquin Valley, supporting a lot of important agricultural communities. And so we're obviously going to see big cuts in that water supply, but that's coming at the same time as we're managing all the other challenges with dealing with water and producing agricultural crops in California, right? So you have managing droughts. We just came out of a major drought a couple years ago that saw a lot of big hits to some of our major crops, particularly rice, cotton, things like that. And then that was followed by a really wet year that provided its own challenges around flood management, dealing with crops being flooded, et cetera. So I think really the big challenge with Sigma is that it's not just Sigma, it's Sigma on top of everything else that we're already dealing with. And I think that those big cuts that we're going to see under Sigma create a lot of anxiety about what's going to happen with these agricultural lands that could come out of production. So I think that's a big challenge. I think also in the past 10 years, one of the things that's really risen to the top have been the impacts of undesirable results. In particular, dry wells. We saw a lot of wells going dry up in the Sacramento area, for example, with this past drought. And I think GSAs are really looking at ways that they can start actively mitigating those issues. Also, subsidence being another big challenge that's kind of hard to get a handle on once it starts occurring. And then, of course, we have basins here in the San Joaquin Valley that have had their plans rejected by DWR. And so the basins are going to be struggling to work through the process of determining what their pathway forward is going to look like. So I think that there's some challenges there for sure. Now, on how things look different today than they did 10 years ago, I think a big thing that has changed is the level of coordination. 10 years ago, I think there was a lot less coordination. There was a lot less willingness to be having these conversations around groundwater management. So I think we've come a long way in that regard. And of course, the first 7 or so years of Sigma was really about developing those relationships, forming GSAs, drafting groundwater sustainability plans. So there's been a lot of lead up, I think, and we're really just in the early stages now of implementing GSPs. But I think that early stage of implementation, seeing that occur at the same time we were going through a major drought, followed by, again, a really wet year in 2023, I think that that's kind of accelerated some of the progress on implementing Sigma. So I think we've been seeing some of the, programs like allocations, demand management programs. Those have been kind of picking up, I think, because of the pressure that the drought put on. And then on the flip side with supply side kind of approaches, obviously the 2023 wet year really put a big focus on doing more recharge. And I think we saw a lot of progress on recharge. We saw a lot more recharge occurring than we did in 2017. And we saw a lot more, I think, interactions between GSAs and landowners to facilitate some of those partnerships. The last thing I want to touch on that the last panel did a really great job of highlighting was how far we've come with data. I think there's been huge improvements in the availability and the quality of data around a lot of these water management issues. We understand much better now where crops are being grown, how much water they're using. We have much better accounting systems for groundwater, surface water, et cetera. So I think that really is moving the needle on what organizations like mine can look at around these issues with Sigma. And I think it's also helping a lot with GSAs, with figuring out how they can work with landowners to implement on the ground policies.
Great. Thank you, Spencer. And last, but certainly not least, we're going to hear the farmer perspective. So similar question, Kevin. Now, what were you thinking about from the farming operations perspective 10 years ago versus what you're doing now and how your decision-making process maybe has changed because we're living in a post-Sigma plus world? Because Spencer mentioned it's not only Sigma, it's all the other things that are also coming down the pike. So maybe you can share some perspective on that.
Well, let me start out by saying that it's not only 2014 to 2024, but pre-Sigma, 2013. It was a really yo-yoing time in terms of our mindset as farmers. 2013, we would do spreadsheets on what to plant. We didn't really factor in water consumption. It was what crop made us the most money. And then, Jerry Brown signed Sigma and it went into effect in 14, and we kind of had that uh-oh moment where, okay, so now what are we going to do? And are we going to be able to farm half or a third or 2/3? And so we were really, really worried. And now today, when we're looking at our orchards, evaluating what to do or not do with them, we're looking at how much water they use. So in that respect, that's something good that's come out of Sigma. As a farmer, there's a lot of things I don't like about it, but it was good because we couldn't just continue to deplete the aquifer. It's not an endless supply. So now, compared to 2013. We're evaluating the age of the trees, the production of the trees, how much water they take. And we've started already to pull out a lot of the orchards that either were older almonds in many cases, or also just not the most profitable or productive orchards. We have a lot of figs, and we've pulled out some figs too. And so currently today, we farm 3,860 acres of white area land in Madera County. And between 2020 and now, we have pulled out 820 of those acres, 21%. that have been pulled out. And we're spending more and more time evaluating, do we pull more out? Do we replant part of it? What crops do we plant? What sort of irrigation technologies do we use? That sort of thing. So it's been a yo-yo. Is 2013 just what's going to make money to today? We have water budgets and we want to make sure we're in compliance.
Great, thank you. Kevin, that is a very good analogy, the yo-yo effect. And that leads perfectly into our second theme related to how decisions are made differently today because of Sigma, because of the GSPs being implemented, and because we have this responsibility from the local control perspective to reach sustainability by 2040. And so, Aaron, I'm going to turn back to you, and maybe you can just share some perspective on how you, as the Mid-Cahuilla and the Cahuilla Basin, has changed in terms of where you started, how you initially were approaching compliance with Sigma compared to where you are now, and some of those critical changing points along the way.
Yeah, I don't, back when we submitted a GSP, let's think 2019, 2020, I think everybody, the buzzword around, we have 20 years to achieve sustainability. We have time to figure this out. Glide path, right? Nonstop glide path. And that's what we largely approached Sigma, is what we are going to do was a plan A, plan B approach. So plan A is we're going to build ourselves. I'm a civil engineer, so it was going to be great. I was going to build ourselves out of into sustainability by building a bunch of projects. And then whatever overdraft was above and beyond what we could solve in our projects would be met with allocations, or another word for that is demand management. We would cut back that last amount. Well, that was 2020, and it's not really, it is real, but we were in that drought, and within 6 to 8 months, we realized internally, the 3 managers that manage in our subbasin, and I think we got this wrong. We're in the middle of a drought. We can't build our way out of this because projects are only projects in our world if they have water to go with it. So otherwise you just have a hole in the ground. And so we quickly started trying to figure out what we were going to do. Interestingly, at that same time, our growers were recognizing, wait, we've got a problem here. Our wells are drying up faster than we can fix them. So we're just really farming for wells, where all of our profit margins, we thought were profit margins, are just well expenses or higher power cost or lost crop due to a well going dry. And then putting pressure on the neighbor's well because you had to go use a neighbor's well. So in 2021, those growers came to us as we're coming to the realization, said, okay, we're going to have to probably flip this. And so in 2021, I was given 6 months to develop a plan A that led with allocations and demand management, and was supplemented or supported with plan B, which is projects. And that was a career ending decision, but I'm still here, so it worked out okay. It was tough. We had to roll that out amongst growers who had never been, the limitation between them and using groundwater was what time of the day were they going to go hit the green button on the well. Now they had to do water budgets. Think about it, months and ahead, plant based on it. And it was going to be, it was the largest cultural shift, I would say, in water management in the last 100 years. And so we took it very slowly. And basically we got it over the threshold. We got it passed in 2022. We implemented it. We have an online dashboard tool. Growers get an allocation. They can track it like your bank account. So we seed it with water, and then you use that water supply up, and that how we put that water in is water that the irrigation district puts in the ground for them. So we're not allocating overdraft, we're allocating molecules in the ground. So that shift, we went from plan A being projects to plan A being demand management, all within a 2-year period. And I think in response to the state board, and we're in probation doing that too. So that's another complication, is why should we do this if we're just headed for probation, right? Well, that's a concerted effort we had to spend with the growers that besides probation, And we're seeing it in real time. The maintenance of groundwater levels are bringing benefits to our growers. And timing is everything, right? My motto is always, you want to make a decision before you have to make a decision. So when we made that decision in 2021 and implemented in 2022, little did we know in 2023 that limitation tool became an incentive tool when it came to groundwater recharge. So now they have an account, a dashboard, and any over application of surface water through irrigation practices is their own credit system in their bank account. So they're building their own savings account too. So that I tell people, you know, how did you come up with that? I'm going to tell you, it was the growers acknowledging that we had a problem, coming to us, sitting at the table, working it out, and then saying, we're with you as long as we can, you know, we can survive this from a cost perspective, and we can still grow. Remember, when a farmer wakes up in the morning, he's not looking at options in his career. They only know how to grow the food and fiber that we enjoy. So everything around you, somebody woke up in the morning and put effort into. So they don't wake up in the morning, well, if that doesn't work out, I'll go become a computer programmer, or I'll go do this or that. They really live and breathe this, and that's all they know how to do. So as long as I can keep them in it with our programs, they're willing to go with it. So we've transitioned from them funding our projects to them living the allocation system and going with it.
Great. Yes. And change is so hard. I think one of our panelists earlier talked about the need for transparency and having those decisions come and be driven by the growers and the impacted landowners is pretty monumental and a testament to, you know, working cooperatively and openly and transparently with the GSA and the irrigation district. So great job on that. Just shifting a little bit, but similar question, given all the lessons we've learned over the last 10 years as it relates to SGMA, I'm sure there's been some trickle down from the state's perspective and how the state is regulating, particularly the State Water Board, as their role as the regulatory backstop, and now having GSAs that are in probation, and you are faced with having to potentially prepare GSPs for them, interim plans. And so maybe you can just share a little bit about how the state's perspective has changed. You touched on it a little bit just with the creation of a dedicated unit with staff. So I can imagine this has become a higher priority, and maybe you can share a little bit on that.
Yeah, sure. And I think, you know, touching on the last topic too of this 10 years and the evolution that SGMA has driven, I think part of the changes in the decision-making process for us is this coordination between the state agencies. So the state is kind of trying to act as one state. And that's something that SGMA really set up, is the Department of Water Resources having this leading role, particularly in the first stage of SGMA implementation, where they had a huge job becoming a regulatory agency and pushing out new regulations around how to define basin boundaries, and then how to write a groundwater sustainability plan, and then actually reviewing those plans. And then the board having kind of this, not a role in the forefront in the early stages, but now we're really kind of in the hot seat and more in front because of you know, the results of the DWR review and the progress made so far, but also the progress that still needs to be accomplished. And I think the kind of dynamics at the state level between the state agencies has really evolved over 10 years, and we're working very closely together and kind of in lockstep in our understanding of what SGMA needs. And it's not just the Department of Water Resources, DWR, there's the other state agencies like the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the California Department of Food and Ag. And they all bring different perspectives on what's needed with SGMA and what the solutions need to look like. And also the board taking feedback on like how to get plans back on track. And so as we're kind of working through our decision-making processes, we are taking kind of this broad set of perspectives on what's needed for SGMA implementation and working with our sister agencies. But some of the decision-making process hasn't changed, and just, you know, I think you've all hopefully experienced some kind of state water board process, but there's still that same process where the staff make a recommendation, and there's activities like workshops and comment periods, and an opportunity to provide input. And then ultimately the state water board makes those decisions as a 5-member board and they vote on it. And so that part of the process is still the same. But as they're making those decisions, they're taking in this kind of broader context of the effects of SGMA and who is an affected party under SGMA. And so that includes, domestic well owners, municipalities, growers, producers, and all the other users of groundwater. And so I think that's part of what SGMAs provide. And as we're making this decision-making process, that the term that keeps coming up a lot is beneficial users of groundwater. And that's always been there at the water board in the context of groundwater quality protection. But now it's kind of this different lens as we look at the different parties that will be affected by SGMA and taking into that broader context. So I think that's kind of an evolution over the last 10 years of how we've kind of proceeded with groundwater management.
Cassie, you talked about having interaction. Is it okay if I ask a question?
Sure, go for it.
So what you were just talking about is what you're doing, and that's great. But as a farmer, my concern is that the spotlight is really shown on white area ranches only. And there's a lot of irrigation districts that are saying, oh, we don't need to have flow meters and monitor our groundwater pumping. I've got ranches, it's a blessing and a curse. They're near housing developments. And if someone's building a 2,000 house development and they're pumping water, it's going to affect me. And so I guess what I'm wondering is shining the spotlight not only on the white area farmers that are pumping well water, but what about surface irrigation districts and what about municipalities? Because I could see myself in 2040 being sustainable, but my groundwater is still dropping because these other folks aren't doing their part. Is that something on the horizon?
I don't know if I can answer if it's on the horizon or if it, like you're saying, it's already happening in some areas. And I think maybe to double down on the other point about this integrating effect that SGMA has, I think there's this, looking back at when the legislation passes, what's the right kind of unit of management? What's the right scale here? And that where the statute settled was on managing at the basin scale or the sub-basin. And that GSAs, when they're writing their plans, they're writing to define sustainability for that basin as a whole, and they have to kind of consider all of these different competing needs as they're figuring out a fair way to reach sustainability. And so I'd push back a little on saying that there's only a spotlight on the undistricted areas. I think certainly the districted areas have a lot of responsibility and obligation as well, but part of that is comes with local control. There's this need to work together on those issues and make sure that municipalities are coming to the table with producers on working on the solutions. So I can't say exactly how it's going to work out in each basin because there's a different makeup and different kind of drivers of water use and development. But that is kind of part and parcel with local control.
Yeah, thanks, Sam, and thanks, Kevin, for the question. I think you're really hitting on another really valid point, and my colleague here, Aaron, during our preparation for the panel, talked about GSA managers realizing that the decisions we make have dinner table impacts. And that's just a really good analogy when you're sitting around the table. Like, it's easy to get consumed in, oh, I've got to do a plan, I've got to implement, I've got to do this program, I've got to do demand reduction, I've got to get more water, all of these decisions. But every single one of those has a dinner time impact. And so, Spencer, I'm going to turn to you because of all the work that PPIC has done and the research that PPIC has done, and just talk about some of those economic impacts related to SGMA implementation and, how we can minimize those impacts while we're still reaching sustainability.
Sure. So I think overall, the GSA's role in kind of implementing SGMA is in providing tools and flexibility to farmers to help them make the right decisions for themselves as we're, going into these cutbacks of a major water resource that farmers are relying very heavily on. And I think there's a couple of major strategies that GSAs in particular can be involved in and bring farmers into that conversation and get them involved on. The first one I think is improving water trading options. We've already have a pretty big precedent for water trading in the surface water system, but in terms of groundwater, that's kind of a new area that we're foraying into. And I think that expanding the options to trade groundwater can, again, give farmers more options, more choices about how they want to manage the water that they do have access to going forwards. I think the GSAs are going to play a really major role in developing those systems. I know that Aaron mentioned the system that they've developed in their GSA, kind of the allocation system and how that works. And if I'm not mistaken, I think you've been piloting some water trading programs. So I'd be interested to hear how that's been going. So I think GSAs can play a big role in that. And working with farmers to kind of tailor those systems based on the local conditions there to make sure that those markets aren't causing additional harm. You know, you don't want to be trading groundwater credits to a place where you have major subsidence issues. You don't want to be trading groundwater credits to places where you have a lot of wells going dry. So I think GSAs are going to be working closely to make sure that those markets are tailored to the conditions that they have in their local areas. The other strategy I think GSAs can be really involved in is in supporting land repurposing programs. We've seen some of these programs already kind of debuting, things like the multi-benefit land repurposing program. It's providing funding to repurpose lands coming out of production, through Sigma, repurposing them to other options that can support the regional and local economies, and also help align with other goals that the state has. So turning those lands into, for example, solar development can help align with state goals on clean energy production, as well as goals around habitat restoration. We have the 30 by 30 goal here in California to support 30% more species by 2030. So those programs can also align a lot with state goals, and I think GSAs play a big role in acquiring that funding and getting farmers involved in participating in those programs. And then I think the last thing, of course, is groundwater recharge, which we've already talked quite a bit about. But that's a major option for helping close that water budget gap, and also getting farmers involved in doing some of the recharge themselves and getting incentives for doing that, right? So I think in 2023, we saw a lot of movement again on-farm recharge, where a lot of GSAs were working with farmers to either provide monetary incentives for those farmers to take water onto their lands and help improve the health of the aquifer, or in some cases providing credits for doing that recharge that they can put towards their allocations in the future.
Great, thank you, Spencer. And then maybe briefly, Kevin, you can talk about just the decision making and how that has shifted over time. You touched on it a little bit in your opening remarks, but if you read the crop reports, you continue to see additional acreage planted. And so maybe you can just talk about that perspective compared to the 800 plus acres that you talked about taking out of production, and maybe some insight on what you're doing with those lands now. That'd be great.
Well, the one thing that Sigma's made easy for us as farmers is there's certain crops that if you're in the white area, it's just, you're crazy to consider planting almonds, corn, silage, or hay, to name a couple, because there's, you're only going to be able to farm a small percentage of that ranch. So that's gone away, and that's probably a good thing, because we need to, make better use of our water. So we're looking at planting other crops now. Things like we're planting more and more figs. We planted some Weber Azul agave this past spring. It's amazing how little water it takes, 4 inches per year. So those are really the main things that we're doing, and And as far as the 800 acres that's fallowed now, it's going to continue to stay fallowed for a while until we get clarity on what 2040 looks like. I don't really understand yet fully my ability to trade water with my neighbors. And until we get clarity on that, it's pretty tough to spend $5,000 or $8,000 an acre planting a new orchard until I know what that water supply looks like with the neighbors. And the bottom line is we're not going to be able to farm 100% of the acres anymore. It becomes a question of, if we're diligent and smart about it, maybe we only have to abandon 20% as opposed to 40 or 50. But that we're waiting on the future to give us those answers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's really a good perspective, and so much has changed. And we talked earlier about the need to continue to provide tools and resources as individual growers are making those decisions to take land out of production. And what now? Do you wait? And then our friend Daniel Hartwig shared that his one wish would be for certainty. So if that wish comes true, everybody else will be able to sleep a little better at night. So we're counting on you, Daniel. Make it happen. Certainty in all things. So we're going to open up now. We do have another set of questions, but we definitely want to make sure we have opportunity for comment from the audience, because we really are here for you. We could talk for hours about our lives and how Sigma has impacted us, but I'm going to pause now to open it up to some questions if anyone wants to start us off. Supervisor Raboon.
Well, thank you very much. Spencer brought up a good question, he triggered my memory a little bit. So we talked about water marketing. You have a good infrastructure in place to market surface water. That is what's created this whole problem, because the water value is so high, it doesn't pay to use it for farming. So over the years, a farmer's got a bad payment on his crop. So he has access to surface water. He just sells it to the highest bidder to cover his losses for the year before. I would ask that we think about that. If we trade water, we trade for like kind water, one farmer to another farmer. Don't put it out there and let someone bid on it, because the person that's going to buy that water, we're in his room right now, and they make lots of money off us, and we're paying the price for it today, because you can make more money selling your water to Southern California than you can use it for farming. So in our GSAs, if we're going to put a market for our groundwater, we got to have some kind of restriction to like kind, like a 1031 exchange, like kind properties, one grower to another grower. I know I have lots of surface water. I got good groundwater. I don't mind selling it to my neighbor that has no surface water. But if I have an option to sell it to someone and go down south, I will do that, and I'll live happily ever after. That's what's hurting our valley today, is that there's a monetary value of water is hot so much, it doesn't pay to use it for farming. So I take that in consideration. Thank you.
Definitely an important consideration. It has to be done responsibly. And I think that's the benefit of having some of that driven by the stakeholders who are impacted by that particular decision. So it's not something, maybe Aaron, you can comment on how you've handled that in your GSA.
That's the exact we have a water marketing strategy committee, 11 member, made up of all the various growers, urban, disadvantaged community members. And when we sat down, that's specifically what they said. These programs are not set up to monetize the resource. They should be set up so our model is set up during the drought. If a landowner's well went dry, they went to their neighbor and said, hey, I'm out of water. I got to hook up to your well. I need help. Okay, let's put a pipeline over here. Let's quickly hook up, and you cover my cost and a little bit of a couple bucks or something for inconvenience and wear and tear on my well. That's what our water marketing system is set up to be. Is I'm in trouble and I need 2 inches of water across my field. I go to the nearest possible place I can get that water, my neighbor who might have an extra amount, and I get it from them. And you're limited in the amount that you can transfer, and you're limited on the direction and the distance, and only within our GSA. We also discovered that the common thought was the water marketing and groundwater is going to solve the wide area problem. The first meeting we had, what we discovered was that was completely false, because you can't move a pumping credit into a white area because there's no water there to pump. However, what you could do is the white area grower could sell a small credit into an area where you had the resources to pump. So there was a monetary balancing, but in order for that to happen, it does, Supervisor Boone's, speak to the value of the water goes up. And Sigma unfortunately set the base at $500 per acre foot. The corn cannot, there's very little that can survive on $500 per acre foot. So we have now unfortunately have this inflated market that makes growers that grow between a father and son almost obsolete. We're seeing them exit day by day by day. One of my last comments is going to be is like, sometimes I feel like I'm functioning as a psychologist. I've had growers call me, literally, I'm out, I'm done. The for sale sign's going on up. I'm out of here. So we're seeing, you cut back 800 acres, right? That 800 acres had a revenue that supported something, chemical, and I'm going to tell you at the backside of that, that was somebody's college education probably. So I'm an optimistic person, but I want to be very transparent with everybody. Kevin said it, we are going to see the reduction in agriculture. That is happening, and we're going to hope to minimize that. The water market probably is not going to, it's not going to save any, it's just going to buffer a little bit on the edges. That's about it.
That 800 acres of trees that's not in the ground anymore, it's 800 acres of not buying new tractors, not employing employees, not buying fertilizers and pesticides, not buying boxes to pack my figs into. It's a trickle-down effect. It's a big deal.
We are dealt under Sigma to deal with the impacts and the undesirable results. What we're doing is we're trading impacts. So now we have Sigma impacts in my world. So my job is to balance the Sigma impacts against Sigma's undesirable results. And it is the most, I hate to say this, but it's the most difficult thing I'll ever face. I don't think I'll face anything else more difficult than that. Because when the farmers wake up in the morning and have to go farm, I have to wake up in the morning and figure out whether or not we lost another farmer, we lost another field, we lost another, and we're talking about groundwater. You haven't even opened up the dialogue on surface water, and we better not do that, right? Because I tell you, Sigma has nothing to do with groundwater. Nothing. We've overdrafted the groundwater. It's not around anymore. What we're pumping is surface water that is put back in the system. And so if we don't solve the surface water equation, the groundwater, we're just going to pedal backwards, and certainty is uncertain for our future.
That's great. Next question.
Hi, Kevin Semi, farmer in the area, also currently director at Westlands Water District. First of all, I want to say thank you for putting this together. My question is kind of around really what you've been talking about this whole time. The challenges of kind of different types of uses. And a good example would be Sam, an issue the water board is dealing with right now. As you probably heard, Kern County subbasin, the water board is suggesting for it to go into probation, which is millions of acres of farmland, but not of just one character, right? So most of my district is farmland and many other districts, but there you have urban uses, you have multiple water banks, and you have agriculture, and then you have disadvantaged communities. And so one of the questions becomes, and I guess this would be for you, Sam, how do we tackle those disparate interests that are geologically and economically different? And then is there an opportunity, as Spencer said, to use a water market to help to ensure that disadvantaged communities and other groups are able to get a water supply while not hurting agriculture? And why haven't we been able to establish that market yet? Does that make sense, or too long of a question?
I think there might be a couple questions, but I'll make
sure. Thanks.
What I heard. The first one around how to consider kind of these widely varying users of groundwater. And where we are in Sigma implementation right now is we're just kind of wrapping up the plan writing stage, to put it very broadly. And those plans and the requirements in them are kind of anchored on undesirable results and how to prevent those. And so when defining these undesirable results, you really need to consider those disparate set of users, and different users are going to be affected differently by the different undesirable results. The leading one is declining groundwater levels. And so as you're kind of preparing the plans and you're looking at what are the effects of where we set our long-term water levels for the basin, and how is that going to affect all the different users? There's enough flexibility baked into the statute that it doesn't have to be one number that fits everyone. And I think Kern, is working through that with its different management areas. But that's where, as you're figuring out what's the reasonable impact in a basin, is it reasonable to dewater domestic wells? What's going to be done about that in the future to manage it if there are wells that are impacted? Or is it, what's the long-term supply needed in this basin? I think that's part of defining an undesirable result as well. And so I think the plan writing process is where those kind of diverse perspectives need to be integrated a bit. And how undesirable results are defined, because that's just such a, setting the goals correctly now is just going to be so critical for the next 20 years, and kind of bringing about the certainty we talked about earlier. On why haven't water markets come about earlier, I think there's just some more foundational things that need to be worked out first, and a market is going to build on those elements. And so understanding how much pumping is happening, being able to kind of measure and monitor the effects of groundwater pumping, whatever the technique, if it's meters or something else. And then also this system of allocations and getting that in place. Those are all really huge prerequisites to having a market, because no one's going to trade something if they don't know how much they have to trade. And so I think getting through that kind of scaffolding that the Sigma provides to start, you'll see markets emerge in certain places, if that's the tool they want to use. But I just, not everyone's there yet on those fundamental pieces.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yep. And we have one more question so far, so we'll get to that, and then maybe some closing remarks by our panelists.
Thank you. Trying to pull this out. So there's been a lot of kind of conversation about the interaction between state agencies and sort of local communities and growers. But Kevin, you spoke a little bit to something that I'm just sort of curious about. I have a nascent amount of understanding on, which is switching to a different crop, right? So you mentioned agave. Can't remember the other one you mentioned.
Figs.
Figs, thank you. And so I'm just wondering, because I know there's so much that goes into the viability for that, right? In terms of processing facilities and sort of supply chain considerations. And I know there's also a lot of interest in the corporate space, growing interest in water sustainability and in corporate investment in that. And I'm curious if you could speak a little bit to your perspective on sort of the role that corporations have that sort of end up purchasing the food that's grown in much of the valley, in sort of helping with Sigma and helping the growers that are a part of their supply chain adapt in this new reality.
As far as getting corporations to help out, that's probably going to be a tough sell. I know one of the things we're doing with our dried figs is we're working with a couple companies that already incorporate dried figs into like their energy bars, Z-Bar, Nature's Bakery, some of those folks, and trying to get planting contracts, trying to get them to help us with expanding processing capacity, things like that. But I think, like in the case of my agave, I'm working on a collaboration with Madera Community College. They have a certificate program where you can become a certified welder, for instance. Well, they're going to install a distillation facility there, and they'll be able to give out certificates of distillation. And we're going to have a collaboration where we can make, we can't call it tequila because it's not from Mexico, but we're going to make an agave spirit, and it'll be, won't cost me an arm and a leg to do, and it'll also be good for the community.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Perfect. My name is David Tongapa. I'm a field representative for Fresno County Supervisor Nathan Magsig. But there's a question that we had with one of the new bills probably going into effect. It was just sent to the governor's office, and it's AB 828. And Sam, if you could speak about that one, that's the one that basically excludes disadvantaged communities from being part of groundwater recharge for some of the rural areas. What's a big fear from a lot of the farm bureaus and different groups is that this puts all of it on the farmer to do any of the groundwater recharge and excludes some of those domestic wells in those rural or disadvantaged communities. And is there any data that shows or anything else that actually protects some of the farmers that are just trying to make up for it? I know one of the big questions is, how could a farmer catch up to that if they're excluding a lot of these different areas to meet any of the SGMA requirements when some of these different communities are excluded?
Yeah, thank you. And we're going to give Sam an opportunity to comment on that. I think this is part of the yo-yo effect, right, that Kevin talked about, because the rules are changing, right? And you're implementing, and then there's special legislation that in some ways jeopardizes the local control that's provided by SGMA. So thank you for bringing up that point, because that is an important piece of legislation for all of us, because it also opens up the door for others to come and ask for exclusion. So I don't know, Sam, if you have any comment, or any of the panelists.
I'm not familiar with that statute.
Because it's not quite statute yet. It's literally on the governor's desk to be signed.
And I think things that are still pending, I'm not supposed to comment on.
I was going to say, that's why I said, if you can. I don't know if any of the other panelists are engaged or would like to provide comment.
Yeah, it wasn't just disadvantaged communities. I think it was refuges and
Wetlands.
wetlands, and I think it was a reactionary bill to provide protections for, and there was an agenda in place, and I think it was really short-sighted. We work with our disadvantaged communities, and so if, getting an exemption to them, they might look at that as a disadvantage. But I talked to some of the authors, and I can understand their concerns. I just wish they would have talked to some of the GSAs to try and come up with something that would actually maybe benefit. I think this is going to hurt in the long run. It's going to definitely create a sense of separation and exclusion, which then is going to make, you're sitting at a table with a group of people trying to work the issues out, and you have a pass and we don't. It's not going to end up well. It's going to create more of a division at the end of the day, I believe. But I'm going to work hard I don't think my crew will even pay attention to it, because we don't operate that way. It's everybody or nobody.
Yeah, and I think from a GSA manager perspective, I'll just add that in my mind, there is an opportunity there, and the best solution would have been to leave it at that local level, because it does, can be effective. And I have examples in my GSA. Aaron has examples where we've worked with those impacted entities to create an environment and situation where they can be successful with SGMA implementation. So I think the opportunity there is to work closer with our elected officials and make sure that they understand the impacts, and that really it's a local control issue that we need to be dealing with. So we are out of time, but we are going to do a 30-second lightning round, because I want you to hear the final thoughts. And I'm doing a project right now with the Army Corps, and they talk a lot about challenges and opportunities. So to close out our panel today with our esteemed panelists, I would like you all to share in 15 to 30 seconds what opportunity you see moving forward because of SGMA in the Valley. Panelists love when you give them a surprise question. Any thoughts?
I'll go first, buy them some time.
Yeah.
Unless you want to go, Spencer. Just the opportunity for local control. I don't know if I emphasized that enough earlier in my comments, but the board really stands behind local control and supports it, and that's our goal. And I think that this SGMA really is going to be a scaffolding for more holistic water management at the local scale. So there's a lot of tools and authorities there, as well as these responsibilities and obligations. But I think the opportunity is SGMA providing that new scaffolding that everyone will rely on for a lot of different kind of water challenges in the future.
Great, Sam. Thank you. Go to Spencer.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've been, obviously we've been talking a lot about the challenges of implementing Sigma, and there's a huge barrier we're up against with that. It's not easy, but I think it's also important to recognize the benefits that are going to come from implementing Sigma and having a more sustainable, healthier environment to do farming in. I think if we work on improving the health of our aquifers, we'll see less issues around things like wells going dry, which have real cost to folks, as we've heard, subsidence, which can have serious regional effects, having to repair infrastructure and things like that. And also general water quality challenges. So I think it's easy to focus on the negatives of Sigma, but I think we are working towards a goal of creating a healthier environment to farm in. So.
All right, you guys coin flip here.
I'll buy you. Let's let the farmer have the last word, because I think that's the most important. And I always speak on behalf of farmers, so they always say, you're just making it up, Aaron. I think the biggest challenge we have with Sigma is minimizing the impact of Sigma to our communities in a world of uncertainty, and that uncertainty is increasing. So we're trying to hold the pieces together. Our opportunity is to do it as a community, to do it, collectively, not exclude anybody, try and get all the corners covered. And what I'm finding in my region is that the growers are actually standing up to be the solution. And so that's the opportunity we have. Let them use their duct tape and screwdrivers and go fix this thing.
My thoughts are, the first 5 years of Sigma have been almost exclusively been focused on science. And science alone is not going to get it done in the next 15 years. We need collaboration. We don't want to have farmers and DACAs at each other's throats arguing over water. And I don't want to have to make a planting decision because I have a ranch near a disadvantaged community and my water table is dropping artificially fast. And then ultimately, not only collaboration, but common sense. If we do this together and we use common sense and science, we'll get it done. But we need all those things, not just science.
Yeah, that's great. And that's a great way to end our discussion. I want you to mark your calendars for 2034. We'll be back to give you a 20-year update on Sigma. So please join me in thanking our panelists today. They're all extremely busy and really appreciate them carving out some time to be with us today. Thanks, guys.
What a cool presentation and just a cool panel. Isn't Cassie awesome? She is so good at moderating. And like she said, save the date because Maddy Institute and us will do a 10-year, another one in 10 years. So like Cassie said, we'll be ready for the 20 years of Sigma. So we've been talking a lot this morning about how the different water users coexist and the different water providers are working together. And we want to showcase a few examples. And so to work on some of the examples of where organizations are already coexisting or water users are already coexisting, I have Tom Holyoke, Professor of Political Science and Associate Director of the California Water Institute, to moderate the panel. As many as you know, farmers have crazy days and their days don't normally go as they plan when they wake up in the morning. And so our farmer speaker is actually trying to connect over the phone to make sure that he's here because he was excited to showcase his story. So we'll get him connected. And Tom, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm Tom Holyoke, Professor of Political Science here at Fresno State and also Associate Director of the California Water Institute. We are getting ourselves set up. We have 3 people in our panel rather than 4. one of whom I understand is making a virtual appearance. Not quite sure myself how this is going to work, but they assure me that it's going to. So in any case, we are the last panel today before the secretary speaks to us. And we are about trying to overcome conflicts, trying to overcome distrust among stakeholders in California's water politics. And of course, what's the old saying? Whiskey is for fighting, whiskey is for drinking, water is for fighting over. And isn't that simply the entire history of water in California? It has always been contentious over this very limited, very precious resource. In the early 20th century, we had fighting between the farmers of the Owens Valley and Los Angeles over the exploitation of the Owens River. We then had fighting between San Francisco and early environmentalists over whether to dam the Tuolumne River at Hetch Hetchy. We had the enormous legal battles between Henry Miller and Ben Ali Hagen or whether appropriative water rights or riparian water rights was going to dominate California. We had fights over whether we would even have a Central Valley project. And once it was decided that we would and it was built, there was a 50-year fight over whether large farms in excess of 160 acres would even be allowed to have irrigation water from the Central Valley project. We had fighting in the 1980s between environmentalists and again with the city of Los Angeles over rights to the water in Mono Lake, which led to the emergence of the public trust doctrine now embedded in our water laws. And our current contention over water, arguably rooted in the passage of the 1992 Central Valley Project Improvement Act, with the gradual deterioration of the Delta ecosystem, it was decided that nearly 1 million acre-feet of water needed to be removed from the annual yield of the Central Valley Project and kept in the Delta for ecosystem restoration and trying to save the many fish species which were on the verge of extinction. And in the 21st century, these cutbacks led to a large wave of lawsuits, almost 20 years worth of really intense lawsuits, which earlier in the day we heard from Secretary Crowfoot and from Sarah Wolf, essentially benefited nobody, except perhaps water lawyers, to the extent that I often tell my students who are interested in law school that they should really consider water law. But after a century and a half of all of this fighting and contention, real efforts are now being made to overcome differences between these stakeholder groups, to try to build alliances and maybe create a more holistic way to manage California's water for everyone's benefit. And that is the subject of our final panel today. We have some great people who have been working on this. I'm actually going to let them introduce themselves and spend a few minutes talking about themselves, their histories, what their organizations are doing, and how they are engaged in negotiations and hopefully peacemaking on water. We will start here with John Kane, who's the Senior Conservation Director for River Partners.
Thank you, Tom. I actually got my career started over 30 years ago saving Mono Lake. I printed the bumper stickers in the shed in Lee Vining. I did work at Mono Lake and got to know a lawyer there named Tom Birmingham, who was the lawyer for the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. So for you younger people in the audience, you will meet these people over and over again in your career. I'll just say that I've worked a long time on water, mostly in the Central Valley, at the intersection of water supply and restoration, first in the Delta and finding that to be a really challenging environment. There weren't a lot of good options. And then seeing that there was a lot of consensus about how we needed to manage floodplains, that floodplains were really important ecologically. There was a lot of scientific certainty about the importance of floodplains for habitat for fish and wildlife. And so I focused on that, the potential for restoration on floodplains, and ended up at River Partners about 5 years ago. River Partners was founded 27 years ago by a couple of farmers outside of Chico with the idea of trying to put back some of the 98% of forests that have been eliminated from the Sacramento and the Central Valley. And over time, we realized that what we were doing were multi-benefit floodplain restoration projects. And I want to talk about how River Partners has figured out how to be a good neighbor and part of the solution to the water scarcity problem.
Next, we'll hear from Austin Ewell, the Executive Director of the Water Blueprint.
Thank you, Tom. I realized I should probably preface between one, being a lawyer, but the good kind. And then two, also currently working with Metropolitan Water District on Eastern Sierra matters. Hopefully I don't end up getting booed off the stage, but ultimately I think John and I are here to talk a little bit about hope and some efforts that are underway. And I think what we've seen over even, the past 5 years in particular, as the blueprint was established and founded, are real sincere partnerships of organizations and individuals that historically have not necessarily worked together and with common goals. And those goals coming to a reality on a number of them that have been put together. And those are provide those inspirations of hope. There is, as we've heard in the last panel, there are a lot of challenges. The day-to-day practice of farming and living in the valley is changing and evolving, but there are opportunities of working together. And we've seen that with organizations like the Blueprint, which has also led to an organization called the San Joaquin Valley Collaborative Action Program, and others. And so with my history and background, I'm a second generation water attorney, born here in Fresno. I had the great pleasure of working in the previous administration as the Deputy Assistant Secretary at the Department of the Interior, and got to be the policy lead for water in the United States, and focused a lot of my time with the Bureau of Reclamation and overseeing a number of those Western water projects in the 17 reclamation states. But what I realized as we were back there, and what I realized when I came back again, is that we have organizations, water districts, growers, commodity groups, communities, environmental organizations, environmental justice organizations that really want to ultimately see a better San Joaquin Valley moving forward. And that is no easy task. And there's a reason that organizations like the Blueprint have taken so long to come to fruition. But I think Sigma brought in an opportunity and an awareness that we need to work together, that we're not necessarily divided by irrigation district boundaries, but ultimately we are collectively working towards a sustainable valley. And so I'm really pleased that we have this opportunity to talk about some of those efforts underway, and I think provide a little bit of hope, and especially as Secretary Ross comes and concludes, that there's some positives moving forward.
And you'll notice that all of our panels, we've tried to make sure we have a farmer representing the agricultural industry here, the people really on the front line of this. And so we have virtually, as I said, Stephen Fagundes. And Stephen, you are out there?
I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let me join in.
I was told that he can hear.
Can you hear me?
Of agriculture.
Okay, are you guys, are you there?
Oh, we are here. Are you there?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not real tech savvy. I'm doing my best, you guys.
That is all we ask.
Okay.
So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, I am Stephen Fagundes from Tulare, California. I'm an ex-dairy farmer and have now, I'm in the tree nuts, a very small amount to keep myself busy. So semi-retired, let's put it like that, semi-retired. Oh, so and I'm a third generation farmer, grandfather, father, and son. So any questions?
All right. So what we're going to do here is I have a few questions I'm going to ask everyone, all three panelists to respond to. And after we get through that, we will open it for audience questions. But my first question is to each of you is, how difficult has it been to reach out to stakeholders who you feel may not share your values and views of how water should be apportioned in California? How have you learned to reach out and build trust? You know, trying to convince those on the other sides that, you know, you're not the enemy, that we have common goals here. How do we do that? How have you been doing that?
It's a tough deal. The newer generation seem to get it. The younger generation seems to get it. People my age and older kind of are reluctant or feel like something's being taken from them. Does that make sense?
It does. And have you personally been involved in this, Mr. Fagundes?
I have. I don't believe that way, but a lot of the farmers, you know, coffee shop talk, etc., they believe they're just taking it away from us.
And how have you been able to convince them otherwise, that there is something to be achieved here by reaching out and working with the other side?
I have. A lot of the guys are beginning to like, okay, we realize this is a real thing. We have to do this. And if our children are going to inherit these farms, we have to do this. And I'm beginning to see the light. I really am.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn to our other two panelists now. And John, would you like to try to answer the question about reaching out and building trust?
Sure. First of all, Stephen, you sound great. You're very personable digitally. Good job.
Thank you.
I think it does require a different mindset of not assuming that we're on different sides. You know, that's a good place to start. And really trying to be a good listener, be curious, not furious. You've heard that before. And as I was said, River Partners was founded by farmers, John Carlin and Barney Flynn outside of Chico, and they were bringing agricultural techniques to replanting native vegetation along rivers to try to reestablish forests along the rivers. And there were a lot of their neighbors who were very angry about that. Why are you taking land out of production? Today, it's a totally different story for us. And I think it's because everyone understands that land is not the limiting factor in agriculture today. Water is the limiting factor. So then it's really a matter of, okay, how are we going to work together? And that really, for River Partners, we focus on doing physical projects on the ground. And so we end up meeting our neighbors. And a big part of meeting our neighbors is figuring out how can we help our neighbors and how can they help us? And oftentimes we're contracting with neighbors or people in the neighborhood to implement the restoration projects. And that's a great place to start working together and building trust.
I tell you, just my experience, we have a great leader in our irrigation district who is very progressive, by Aaron Facudo. And Aaron is, I mean, he led the charge. You have to give him all the credit. He brought me to the table. He explained himself well. And I have to give most of the credit to Aaron.
And Stephen, just to let you know, Aaron is in the room.
Okay.
He just heard you say all those wonderful things about him.
I mean, yes, Aaron is a leader, and that's what you need in this fight. You need a leader. You need somebody who's going to explain it and not just say, this is what you're going to do or else. He explains himself. That's what makes Aaron unique. Aaron will sit there and explain himself. And most people, you know how it is. Most people will come in and say, you're gonna do this, that's it. You know what I mean?
Thank you very much. I'd like to give a few minutes now to Austin Ewell, if he could sort of talk about reaching out and working with other stakeholders, as well as give us an idea of what is the ultimate goal of the water blueprint.
Thank you, Tom, and you're doing an excellent job of hosting this with a virtual panelist. So I'll just start. You'd brought up trust, and I mean that's fundamental cornerstone to successful collaboration. And I think we need to remind ourselves that we're still dealing with people, right? Fundamentally, people are leading these efforts. People's personalities, their emotions, their history, and especially here in the San Joaquin Valley, are something that need to be acknowledged. And so, as we saw with the blueprint when we first started reaching out, especially to the environmental community and especially to the environmental justice organizations and such, there's just an inherent distrust, and not that it's because of the particular individuals, it's just the history of a lot of these matters that have found these organizations and individuals on opposite sides of the matter. And as John had mentioned, a lot of these problems are mutual. And so it's identifying where there's this crossover of the problem, and it's identifying solutions to work towards. And so one of the areas that we found significant success with the blueprint is kind of going through and evaluating what are some solutions to the valley. And we had put together an evaluation criteria that was contributed to by the organizations, including the GSAs, to look at what are areas that are important and score them accordingly. Does it have a regional benefit? Is it providing a benefit to drinking water supplies? Is it providing, sustainability? What does it mean for the economy? All of those factors to kind of go through and identify these potential projects or solutions that multiple organizations are looking at. And so as we started to identify these multiple benefit projects and solutions, we were able to identify a priority of those and then collectively get these stakeholders, again, not just from agriculture and not just from the water agencies and not just from environmental organizations, or the EJ and disadvantaged communities, but to get them together to say, these are things that would make a difference and could help us all. And we were able to do that. And we were able to see funding come in through the federal government and state government here just this past year on some of those projects. And so those accomplishments help provide momentum and optimism to these people. And these people are spending their time and effort, and really most of them volunteering their time and their effort in order to try to make these make progress on that front. And so we're seeing some of that, and that optimism, I think, is carrying through.
If I may ask just a quick follow-up, does this ultimately turn into a set of policy proposals you can take to the California governor or the U.S. Secretary of the Interior?
And I appreciate you raising that. One of the efforts that we saw and some success with it as well, which is the Unified Water Plan. So the Bureau of Reclamation, in coordination with the Blueprint and actually the California Water Institute, were able to secure funding from the Bureau of Reclamation to look at actually putting a unified water plan together for the San Joaquin Valley. That is underway. It's a 2-year effort. Ultimately, that report with identifying the overall, state of affairs here in the San Joaquin Valley, the information that we have, the gaps in data and information that we have, the areas in which we need improvement, and ultimately will become a document that the Bureau of Reclamation will transmit to Congress to give Congress an opportunity to act on it. Not only providing potential authorization to Bureau of Reclamation or other agencies in order to work and focus their time and effort in the San Joaquin Valley, but also appropriations or dollars to come in and actually work on real projects, tangible projects that can enhance the state of affairs that we're seeing. And so that's a unique opportunity to go through in a partnership with Fresno State and with the Water Blueprint and the community as a whole to put together this plan for reclamation and ultimately for Congress to work on.
I also have a quick follow-up question for John. I was reading your bio, you were mentioning about collaborative flood projects that you've been working on, if I'm correct. Would you be able to give any examples of collaborations on flood management?
Well, you may have heard in the news, River Partners and California State Parks have been celebrating the newest state park at the confluence of the Tuolumne and San Joaquin River, Dos Rios State Park. It's a project that we started talking about with Bill Lyons, former agriculture secretary, and our neighbor at the confluence, not long after the 1997 flood decimated some dairies in the area there, and was really hard on the land there. Long story short is there was the 97 flood, which was a big deal. We had the Jones Tract flood, we had Hurricane Katrina, and it really prompted the state to pull together a flood plan. And there was a lot of conflict about whether we should be managing rivers for ecosystem or for public safety. And we were able to figure out how to work together and say, well, why can't we do both? And so the Dos Rios project is an example of doing both. By giving the river more room, we allow the water, the river to spread out, recharge aquifers by replacing irrigated cropland on this frequently inundated floodplains. It's kind of marginal farm ground. We replaced it with native vegetation that uses a lot less water. There's water quality benefits. There's public access and recreation benefits, and there's great ecosystem benefits for a number of species. So everyone in the neighborhood is very happy about that project. And their last 22, of course, was a flood year, and some neighboring properties got flooded out. And they came knocking on their door and they said, we want to move to higher ground. And that's a pattern we've seen over and over again, is that when we are able to have success with one landowner, it's almost contagious. Other landowners that are in the same situation that have just been flooded out. We had one neighbor whose two sons, actually a son and a daughter, were at the dairy program at San Luis Obispo. They wanted to continue the dairy. They had a chance to buy on higher ground, and we were able to put together a deal with the state to buy them out and buy out this levied land where the state had some liability. Now they no longer have the liability to maintain that levy, and the next generation is farming on higher ground more profitably.
Thank you. So another question I would like to put to all three of you. Often when we talk about reaching out, to other stakeholders and trying to make peace in the water world, it seems to me that we often don't see the government itself as a potential ally, state government or federal government, especially the poor Bureau of Reclamation, which everyone seems to beat up on. Is there a role for state and federal government to be seen as a proactive ally in all of this? Austin, why don't you answer the question first?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I think there is. And I think you're seeing that as an example with the Unified Water Plan. I think, if you look at whether it's a state agency or federal agency, there's certain things that they can contribute, and one of that is financial contribution. The other is expertise and knowledge and technical skills, and then the other is their ability to span the geography and bring in other stakeholders well beyond what we see in smaller corners of the valley. And there's been some opportunities on that as it relates to the Bureau of Reclamation and looking, at California as a whole, but also recognizing the connectivity of California and what it means to the Colorado River and the rest of the Colorado Basin states. At the end of the day, water is connected from north to south and east to west, and especially in the arid West, in the way that the reclamation had built out the 17 reclamation states. And so there are opportunities to tap in, and I can tell you, having had the pleasure of overseeing the Bureau of Reclamation in particular, there are incredible individuals that work for those organizations that truly want to contribute. They want to solve problems. And they're there to work together. And so those individuals and those organizations can be utilized for these collective efforts that we're talking about. You know, and I'll give a shout out to Aaron Fukuda, since I don't want to be left out as a panelist. And you're seeing that with, you know, projects that his irrigation district is working on, which are multi-benefit projects. You know, Seaborn Reservoir, which is repurposing an existing mining facility. And that's bringing in both state and federal partners. That's bringing in private partnerships to provide water supply and water resiliency, not only for agriculture, but for the community as a whole, and drinking water supplies, as well as habitat for the environment. And that's where you bring those partnerships in and leverage and utilize both state and federal agencies.
And John, what are your thoughts on this? You know, government being kind of a proactive ally and in sort of developing holistic ways to approach water management.
There is definitely a role for the government. It's when parties on the ground are in disputes, I don't envy people that have to work for the government and try to figure it all out. I think government works a lot better if the people that are having disputes can figure out a solution and then bring it to the government and say, we've figured out a way we want to work together. Can you help us? And then if there are people in government who are willing to take a risk and help do something novel, that can be really powerful. Too often, I think we've gotten into this idea that the people in government are separate from us and they're the rule makers and we have to follow their rules. And that kind of government doesn't work so well when it comes to solving new problems. It might work for enforcing laws that we decided are necessary, but when it comes to making progress on in new areas we don't know a way out, I don't think a command and control is what we need.
Can I throw something in here?
I was just about to call on you, sir.
You guys are all talking like everybody is, you know, did you guys get any pushback on some of these projects that you did from like landowners or the state, or I mean, or is everybody in like, oh yeah, it's all wonderful? I mean, did you get any pushback?
That's an interesting question. Would you both like to comment on that?
Well, the reality is we live in California, and so pushback is inherent. But as we're seeing, to John's point, part of that are identifying what are the constraints, what are the limitations for those types of projects, and can you present solutions to those, especially when it comes to adhering with CEQA or NEPA, for instance, which both are state and federal environmental laws, which have a process that they were established for notice and awareness by the public, and their intention is good. But as we've seen over the years, there are parties at times that will utilize those more as as a sword instead of a shield for the public as they were intended. And so the reality is any of those projects, they've got layers of complexity. And so it takes time and effort and a lot of manpower to work through them. But it takes bringing those parties to the table.
But you get any pushback on these projects? I mean, like, I know we're not going to, don't want to be involved in it. We don't want to do it. Did you get any of that?
Well, I mean, I can let Aaron Fukuda a little bit about his projects. But yes, at certain levels, yes. I mean, you've had, let's say, a competing mining company, right? For instance, who doesn't want to see additional property acquired and potentially utilized. So depending on the party's motivations, yes, I think pushback is part of that.
And what about the state level? What about up the people that make and write and send these laws on down? Do we get anybody that is flexible up there that we can talk to or work with?
Absolutely. There are those that are a little bit more stringent, both at a state and federal level. And individuals that you know, look at things pretty rigidly. And so I think that can cause a lot of concern and slowdown and limit projects' potential success. But simultaneously, there are also those, and a number of them have been here today, that want to see solutions really move forward. And so part of that's identifying the right party to work with, and then finding a process to move forward. But yes, I wish it was just smooth sailing no matter the respective project, but that's not the reality. But it takes bringing those parties to the table and finding solutions, and then finding the right people to work with.
And thank you very much. I'd like to give John a chance to maybe also answer the question if you've had to deal with some pushback and even just skepticism from landowners on some of the collaborative projects you've worked on.
Yeah, I'll say that there was 20 years ago, there was a real cultural resistance to the idea that you would take good farmland out of production and you'd put it into habitat. That just seemed like a bad idea to a lot of farmers who I met at the time, and they had a long list of reasons that seemed legitimate to me. The world has changed. There doesn't seem to be that kind of resistance, and one of the reasons is because the state and federal government is putting a fair amount of money into land acquisition from willing sellers. And River Partners, my organization's model is to find out where those willing partners are. Instead of doing a top-down approach where we find the single best property for groundwater recharge or habitat restoration, we simply find the people that are interested in working with us. We talk to their neighbors to make sure the neighbors understand what the plan is. And if they don't like it, we'll go where somebody is interested in working, because we want to have friends. We don't want to push something up. We have enough to push uphill to get these projects funded. We also have challenges with some of our funders and our permitting agencies. And these are kind of painful moments, but it just requires a level of patience and some kind of faith that we're all on the same team somehow, even though at many moments it doesn't seem that way.
You got a new generation coming up. I think they're more receptive to what's going on than, let's say, my generation and my parents' generation. I think this newer generation, you'll be able to motivate more. Is that wrong?
It's hard to say, but it does kind of lead to a last question I wanted to ask, and that is, how do we keep these alliances going so that 20 years from now, we're not all back in court? In fact, Mr. Fagundes, how do you think that we could keep this sort of more open-minded approach going? What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, as I said earlier, you need a leader that brings it to the table and explains it, not just mandates it. They mandate it, they're gonna fight it. But if you bring it to the table and say, this is why we are doing this, because of bad water, because of aquifers going, you got to explain that. A lot of old timers they don't believe it. You know what I mean? You need a leader that's going to, and that goes for all districts. They need leaders that are leading and telling people, us farmers and the next generation, that, hey, there won't be a next generation if you guys don't do something.
And if I may ask, how did you come to the realization that we need to work more with other stakeholders?
Well, I'm going to throw back at Aaron, because Aaron kind of drug me in. He kind of put the bug in my ear a little bit. And then I went home and thought about it. I said, you know what? I'm not going to use that property probably anymore. It would be good for the Okieville project. It would be good for the neighboring farmers to recharge water. That was even, and let's be honest, monetarily, the price was fair. I thought.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give the same question, the last question from me, the question to our other two panelists. How do we keep these alliances going for the next 20 years? Austin, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll go back to something earlier. Again, I think it's that recognition that we're dealing with people and fundamentally establishing those relationships through this process. I think that's in having those relationships and building that trust. I think that's what's going to allow these types of collaborative efforts to survive and to build and to allow for successes to take place. And I think that combination of with that trust and that inherent relationship and being able to have a success that's tangible, I think that gives you the building blocks for additional successes in the future. We see time and time again as we sit around a table, there's that education aspect that comes with it as well. I think it's allowing, as John had mentioned before, that recognition that there's mutual problems and those problems can be solved together. They're not just one organization or one stakeholder group's problems. A lot of them cross the spectrum of issues that the stakeholders face. And so that conversation, that trust, and those relationships that are built, I think give the building blocks moving forward that are going to allow these collaborative efforts. And to Mr. Facundus's point, you've got a new generation and a new perspective that I think truly believe in that. And I think you're seeing that kind of leadership, whether it's, Aaron or Cassie or others that are leading that charge.
And John, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, you actually set me up pretty well. We heard all the other panels talk a bit about integration. It was great to hear Kevin Herman talk about how he used to make decisions about planting, and then when there were more factors that he needed to consider about planting, he had to take those all into consideration. There were multiple problems or objectives he needed to address. And just as an example, I'll say that the next time you're deciding, or any of you are deciding, well, I've got a field down by the river and I've got these other fields and I don't know what I want to do with the field down by the river, call River Partners or call some local river conservancy and find out if they can be a partner in helping you solve your financial problem about where to plant next. And that we have a number of problems in the valley. We have air quality problems. We have water quality problems. We have flood management problems. We have drought problems, groundwater problems, wildlife problems. There is a way to rethink how we do things, rethink how we configure how things are planted or how infrastructure is built that will help address many of these problems in what we call multi-benefit projects. And that just by nature is more integrated and it requires reaching out to more people to make that happen. It's probably going to be more fun for the next generation to work together rather than just fighting with each other. So I really like the next generation hope in the next generation idea. And that's what we need. I mean, we need to hope for a better future. And the problems we have now are going to force us to think differently about how we plant our fields next year.
Thank you. I'd like to take the next 10 or 15 minutes to allow the audience to ask questions or give their perspectives. In fact, we could even have Mr. Fukuda. Oh, okay. You want to share your secret sauce in building alliances? We'd like to open up for the audience to ask questions and share their thoughts. So anybody? Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you, Dr. Holyoke, and thank you to our panelists. Truthfully, who is missing at the table right now? And more specifically, in your respective areas, who are you wanting to engage more that there's a gap in connection? So that way, when we are coming together, it's not an emergency situation, come to Jesus moment, so we can build those sustainable partnerships for the future.
Either of you, Austin, why don't you take the lead on that?
Happy to. Great question. And I think we've seen this be a layered answer. Not only because I'm running for office. No, I'm just kidding. the community. And when I say the community, a lot of that are the rural towns and communities. And that's not that they're not engaged. It is very challenging for them to be engaged. So even if you look in those communities and those elected within the communities, they are spread extremely thin. They have challenges on all fronts, a number of those that John had just explained. And so when we meet with them or have them at the table, they're all in, but the reality is they just don't have the resources or the bandwidth to constantly be able to participate in the process. But at the end of the day, that's who we're all collectively trying to work for the benefit of the valley as a whole. And our valley is made up of a significant amount of rural communities. And those rural communities are dependent upon groundwater, and that groundwater is dependent upon recharge. And collectively, we need all of that to be in sync. And so it's finding those opportunities to bring those community members and those community representatives, not because they're not interested, not because they don't want to participate, not because they don't want to contribute. They just have the challenges to do so. And so it's finding those resources and that help that we can do that. A number of those organizations are represented, again, well-meaning, represented by organizations that are and individuals that don't live in the valley. And so sometimes there's a disconnect. And so it's getting those individuals and keeping them engaged so that when we have those moments that collectively we can respond and make sure that the right attention is being brought to the matter.
Thank you. John, do you have a response? Voices missing?
I'll just say that was a really good answer. I do think community engagement in rural areas is really challenging. And I think we have to think about it a little bit differently than we're going to have a public meeting and you're going to give us input. That is sort of, and then we're going to build something and it's going to be done. It's more of a long-term relationship and trust building around having projects evolve over time and develop over time rather than a linear start and we get input along the way. But that is one of our big challenges. It's very time consuming. I think the state has done a good job making more resources available to organizations that are doing projects so they have a more budget for community engagement.
And Mr. Fagundes, do you feel any important voices that are missing from our discussions about water?
Repeat that question again. Sorry.
Do you feel that there are any voices or any stakeholders that you feel are missing from the discussions going on right now about water?
Yeah, well, your rural communities are, first of all, there's a language barrier. You guys understand that, right? Most of them have they're speaking a different language, and a lot of people don't reach out to them. They don't have much idea of what's really going on out there. They just hear from different, but it's all hearsay. I would say you need people that are out in that community talking to them and discussing what the needs are or what their problems are, because all you're getting is if you have a town hall today of a rural community, let's say Okieville, the one I did how many people you think would have showed up? Do you have any idea?
I would suspect it'd be rather small.
It would probably be a handful, maybe, if you're lucky. And that's, again, you need a messenger. You guys don't have a messenger. You all we hear is we get mandates, we get papers, but you don't have a messenger coming and talking and relaying the message what we need to do, what is important. Going, you know what I mean? That's my problem. I just don't think there's a messenger.
Thank you. I think that's a very good point, especially as as everyone's been working hard to develop groundwater management plans, being able to reach out in other languages, Spanish, Ma.
Yes.
They're spoken here in the Valley. Right. We have another person who would like to ask a question. Oh, sorry. Please do. And please identify yourself.
Can you hear me? Yes, thank you. All right, my question was kind of on rebuilding trust. I hope I don't step on anyone's toes that are here today. But I kind of wanted to point out the issue of that's going down south in Cuyama with like Grimway and their carrots and the water that they're using. And they're essentially this big farming companies battling with like a whole community of small farmers. How do you rebuild that trust when you're essentially battling with your neighbor on a bigger scale, you know?
Conflicts between smaller farmers and larger farmers? There certainly have been those conflicts. How do? Mr. Fagundes, what do you think about that?
Well, I'm just telling you, I'm a very small farmer, and we hear all I hear is what, you know, like, again, there's no messenger. You hear hearsay. This GSA is doing this. This GSA is doing that. We're not going to adhere to this program. We'll do what we want. And what he's saying is correct. Your bigger farmers are pretty much saying, we're going to do what we want. We're going to buy water. We're going to do this. And the little guy's going, well, you know, I can't do that. You know what I mean? He's exactly right. You're not going to stop somebody like a Grimway or something from going out and pumping water. They're going to figure a way around it with lawyers or water, and I don't want to step on their toes, because I'm not in the passion on different farmers, but he's exactly right. It's what do you do? How do you build that trust back when they're over there not adhering to the rules?
Thank you. And John, Austin, either of you want to talk about this, building trust?
Well, I'll just speak as a human. There's not going to be any trust unless it starts with truth.
Right.
It's all the people that are taking too much the truth.
Well, but what happens to the little guy on the bottom? He gets shoved out. Why this is all.
I hope he's as tough and charismatic as you are.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Amen. Again, I'll circle back to people, and I don't mean to be a broken record by any means.
Right.
But it really comes down to, you know, who are the people? Are they committed to doing what they're doing, or are they committed to trying to find solutions that can be mutually beneficial? And each set of circumstances is going to be somewhat different. I can't speak to the Grimway matter. I'm not familiar enough about it, but I will say in today's regulatory climate, both at a state and federal level, it is getting harder and harder for small growers to exist. And
yeah, you're right. Yes.
And so what ends up happening from that is the only way to, you know, to survive is for these larger farming organizations to come in, because they then have the resources to be able to find solutions to the water issues, the regulatory issues. That is not a perfect formula or outcome for smaller growers, but unfortunately that's somewhat of the reality in which we live. But again, hopeful in those circumstances when they're impacting their neighbor and they're impacting, you know, their fellow farmer, that there's an opportunity for a conversation, an opportunity to recognize the truth about the matter, and then finding a solution that's not impactful to either one.
Thank you. I think we will have time for one last quick question from the audience. I see we have somebody. Please identify.
I don't know that this will be quick, but those that know me, but it goes.
You can do it, Sue.
I can do it.
Yeah.
All right. It all goes back to what you've been saying though in Austin on the community thing. And I said, I'm from a small community and I work at self-help and I represent small communities, and the direct community voice is missing. I just wrote on a survey for CAP, one of those paragraphs that you write and read later. And I was asked by Brandy, did you wait 2 days? I said, no, I only waited an hour and then I send. But it said exactly that we've got too many people advocating for communities that aren't from the communities and representing their own voice. And it's all the reasons you just said, Austin, is that there isn't going to the community and talking to them isn't what it's about. It's about listening, and educating so they can give you a response back that fits with all this stuff with water. And it's hard. There is more money for it now. There's not enough people doing it, and there's not enough space for the community members to participate in a way that works for them. And that's the truth. And there's more awareness now. The only blueprint meeting I got to go to was here at Fresno State a while back, and then I didn't get to go to them anymore, unfortunately. But I said to the group, when I started self-help 12, 13 years ago, disadvantaged communities were not even really listened to, and there was no seat for them.
Yep.
There are seats now, but it's hard to fill them.
Mm-hmm.
We need to have, I know I need to wrap it up. We need to have a lot more conversation about this, and it does start with the people relationships, understanding why, and then doing the hard work.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fagundes, what do you think? Quickly.
She hit on it right on the head. You could have all the meetings you want, but you need people to come. They need to sit down and listen. And that's a hard, she has a hard job. That's a hard job. I'm just telling you, because you could get together with, I think when I opened up that Okieville Reservoir, we only had 2 representatives from the board, the water from there, just 2. You know what I mean? And that's a community, and you would think there would have been more people there. You know what I mean? So yes, she's exactly right. They need to put more groups together and try to get people to participate and talk to them what they need, what the problems they're having and all that. They just go by what, and then people come from the state and go, oh, that's the problem, and they leave and they think it's done. You know what I mean?
Thank you very much. See, John or Austin, John? Okay, Austin.
Sue said it very well, and she knows it, lives it. And, at the blueprint, for instance, it's a coalition of the willing. Myself and the rest of the board are all volunteers. And so it's taking that time and that willingness to be able to sit down and engage with those communities. And Sue's spot on. It's listening. It's not so much talking. It's listening to understand the problems. And John touched on it earlier. Understanding those problems, being able to empathize with those problems. And quite frankly, it's going to be a recognition that those problems span all stakeholders. But ultimately, getting that acute community involvement is essential to the success of the San Joaquin Valley.
Thank you. John, any final thoughts there?
I'll just say I agree with that. It's a big challenge. It's going to take time. And so we better get started now.
Thank you very much. Especially Mr. Fagundes, the voice from beyond. And to all our panelists, please.
All right. You guys have a great day, okay?
Thank you all very much. And I think we're ready for the last event.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists for that really informative discussion. We're almost to the close of our event, but before we move on and I introduce our next speaker, I did just want to briefly do something a little bit fun just to kind of wake everyone up here at the end of the day. You may have noticed at the check-in table, we had a little basket asking you to drop in your business cards for a drawing for a gift basket. So I'm going to go ahead and do that drawing now just for fun. You do have to be present to win. So if I call someone and they do not respond, you're in luck if you put your card in the basket. So 1 sec. Oh, are there last minute cards that want to? Okay. If there are no objections, we'll allow some last minute entries. All right. All right, I'm pulling a card. We have, oh my gosh, Cassie Chahan from North Kings Groundwater. Wow. Congrats. Okay, that sounds good. Great. Well, I'm going to go ahead and introduce, congrats, Cassie. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who is then going to introduce our final closing keynote of the day. Please welcome Jordan College of Agricultural Science and Technology School Dean, Ralston St. Hilaire. Give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great panel. I learned a few things from them by just sitting in the audience. It's a distinct honor to introduce the next speaker of the day, Karen Ross. Karen is the Secretary of the California Department of Food and Ag, or CDFA, as we affectionately know it. Secretary Ross has stewarded CDFA through a lot of transitions and transformational times, but she's focused always on climate-smart ag, agricultural technologies, water conservation, and of course, food security. And Secretary Ross has worked tirelessly to facilitate collaboration among farmers, the policymakers, of course, and of course, the environmentalists, because she recognizes the importance of ag in California, but more importantly, the importance of ag in our daily lives. So I get to see firsthand how tirelessly Karen Ross works for California ag. Secretary Ross was appointed to a role in 2011, and before that, she served as the Chief of Staff for the current U.S. Secretary of Ag, Tom Vilsack. So you have that national connection. Today, Secretary Ross will share some closing remarks with you, and it is really my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce Karen Ross. Please join me in welcoming her.
Oh, yeah, I'm shorter than you are. Oh, please get that picture off the screen. So thank you all for staying for the last most exciting presentation of the day. Not. When I walked in, Wade was using some of the things that I was going to talk about. I love this last panel. I felt like, can I be on this panel too to talk about collaboration? And I caught just the last part of the very famous manager. Oh, and the other panelists as well. I want to pick up on a couple of things that Austin in particular talked about. And one is that it's always about the people. But I think for you to know what drives me the way that it does is to know where I come from. We all have a story to tell. And my story began on a farm in the middle of nowhere in western Nebraska, almost on the Wyoming border. It's dryland farming. My brother has converted all of that to no-till, wheat and feed grains. He does cover crops, so there's constant cropping on the land. There's always field cover and rotational grazing. I grew up saying, I'm not going to be an ag. It's the last thing I'm going to do. I'm not going to stay in this county. I'm not going to marry a farmer. Well, two of the three turned out that way. But it's when I left the farm, when I really came to this reckoning of what are my value systems? What makes me what I am? Hard work, this really strong connection to the land and care for the land. A community. My mom died when I was younger. I had 3 younger brothers, and it was a whole community that really came in and helped raise us. And it was like a hole in my heart that I wasn't part of that farming operation. And it's not that I wanted to be, thank heavens. I have a very talented farmer for a brother, but I just really wanted to continue that connection. And I've been able to. I own part of that farm now. We're going through a big transition, trying to find someone who will farm the way that my brother spent 18 years getting that farm into balance. But I also, after working for a few years, I continued my college education at nighttime, working full time. And I was working as a field representative, running field offices for a United States senator who sat on the U.S. Senate Ag Committee. This was in the early 80s. This is the era that I came out of. And I think it's important to acknowledge we go through these times, and that was a particularly hard time. Everything that's going on today was similar then. We had very poor commodity markets. We had increasing costs. There was a lot of change happening, but we also had, my brother bought his first piece of land at 18% interest. That's the only thing that made a difference, probably. My friend was the governor of the state of Nebraska, and we were literally closing a state bank about once a week for a few months there. It was a hard time. I have a younger brother whose boss committed suicide, and that was one of many. And I would have family farmers come into the office who didn't really like government, but they did not know where else to go. And in the midst of all of that, the leaders of agriculture in Nebraska said, we are losing our most precious resource, young people are fleeing the state of Nebraska. That's our talent for the future. And that is when they sought out the Kellogg Foundation and reached out to California Ag Leadership and learned about how they put their program together compared to about a half a dozen other states. And they said, we want to invest in the future of this state, and it begins with people. And they wanted the Cadillac version, which is the California Ag Leadership Program. And the curriculum today reflects that very, very much. They said we could have the bicycle, we could have the Volkswagen, but we want to aspire to the Cadillac because it's people that will keep agriculture thriving in the state. It's people that will be reinvesting in our community in the state. It will be people who will lead on solutions on the land. So I wanted you to have that story about where I come from because it is people that have always been able, by coming together with a shared vision, a shared hope, that give us the foundation of what we stand on today. And I moved to this state. I didn't know anything about it. It was the farmers and ranchers of this state that took me under their wing and taught me everything about it. And the stories I heard over and over again about how we in the Valley did this, how we in the Valley thank the generation before us who had a vision for water infrastructure that they knew that they would never be able to touch and benefit from. But they had that vision and they never gave up on it. And of course, how many of us have watched that very famous speech of John F. Kennedy flying in to bless the reservoir and talking about flying into this desert that he could see the verdant crops that would grow with water on the land? How many of us have traveled to Israel or other parts of the world to see how they manage every molecule of water so carefully? That's part of what we can do together. Like we have a great infrastructure system that was because people were willing to come together, to push hard for it, and to lay the foundation for others to benefit long past when we will be here. That's what built our public university system. It's what built our interstate system. And it's time for that kind of investment again. I'm sorry that my good friend Nat DeBudio had to leave. He probably saw my name at the bottom of the agenda and thought, I've heard her too many times. He and I go way back in the wine sector. Nat, how dare you? Okay, now I'm not going to tell any of the lies I was going to exaggerate about Nat. But I sense your frustration, and trust me, I want you to know when Wade responded to where is the investment, there has been huge investment in the Valley and in rural communities. And there's no one more impatient than the governor who gets frustrated about why does it take so long to build things? Why does it take so long to make these things happen? The investment is there. When the proposition passed under my first boss, Jerry Brown, there were great projects there, but there was a very prescriptive process that had to happen for those to get funded. And many people thought they were literally shovel ready, and a few of those were, but the larger ones were not. And so putting together the remaining part of the funding, which was very complex, doing all of the permitting and environmental reviews, which is very complex, we are closer to make Sites Reservoir, I'm just going to name it, a reality than I ever thought was possible. Of course, the administration would love to have a ribbon cutting before my boss's shelf life expires, as he likes to call it. I hope that can happen, but it's water. Who knows? But I want you to know there have been many projects on a regional basis that are building our resiliency, because one of the things we've seen throughout this changing climate, things like the pandemic, that we have become like a just-in-time, ship it from wherever, broken supply chains, really understanding the value of the investments that water districts, irrigation districts, local governments have been making. Historically, much more funding is raised at the local community level through local agencies for the projects that will benefit them. The hard part is what Austin's trying to do. How do we bring all the players and all the voices together for the large scale projects that will help feed all of those to make them successful? That's the hard part. There was a time I was on a panel with Dan Walters, who at the time was the editor of the Sacramento Bee. He prides himself on being referred to as a curmudgeon because he is one. But I remember him talking about at the beginning of a visioning process for the Great Central Valley, Carol Whiteside. And he said, there was a time where the large landowners of the San Joaquin Valley could get together and decide what the future of the valley was like. We are way past those times. Anybody who works in the political arena in Sacramento knows that's not the way it is. We have one of the most diverse populations in our valley. We have the most diverse cropping patterns in the valley. We have the most opportunities in the valley with the youth that are here, the youth that want to go to school but come back to the valley. That's what we can build on. And that's what Austin and the Blueprint are trying to do, is bring people together to prioritize, which is oftentimes the hardest part of saying, we all want this, but we can't do it all at the same time. Laura, I know you're involved in a lot of that, so I'm grateful to the Water Institute for doing that. Blake, I know you have big visions for the Maddy Institute, and so does the president, for what you can do. And thank you for those 6 interns you sent to CDFA this year. Recognizing, and I appreciated the question here about who are the voices that are missing. And it is community, the hardest one of all, for the reasons that were identified. And I just want my friends from self-help to know that every time we talk about safe, affordable drinking water, solutions for that, solutions for so many housing issues, everybody wants at least 5 more self-helps throughout the state of California. That's how good self-help is. You're lucky to have such a creative nonprofit in this region that's helping to bring people together. The investment that Ag and Natural Resources is making in new community educators about water issues, that's really about extending technical assistance to small farms. Most of the people that I work with in Sacramento, and especially in our highly urbanized legislature, honestly believe that California agriculture is only about a few large farmers. 60% of California farms are less than 100 acres, and the vast majority of those are less than 50 acres. Bringing those together around shared interests is as challenging as bringing all the water players together. These are the kinds of diverse settings that we're trying to organize, inspire, and lead to solutions. I want to say it will not happen from Sacramento. You should be relieved about that. I think you've gotten that message today. We recognized when SGMA was being developed, and I believe it was essential to do that for our future. One of the first concerns I articulated was, what will happen to communities because the land use patterns will change? How do we identify and cohesively articulate to Sacramento, to the regulators and to the policymakers, community benefit that comes from this annual activity of planting and nurturing and harvesting? Think about the long value chain in agriculture, all of the inputs, all of the services, just getting the crop into the ground, all of the activity around what it is on an annual basis to care for that crop, the people that are hired directly and the many businesses and people that rely on that activity, that routine every year. I call agriculture a renewable resource because we have that activity every year. And then think about all the product we send off the farm and where does the value get added? Where do the markets for that? I mean, do people really recognize if they're longshoremen at LA that their jobs oftentimes started in the orchards of this valley when we ship almonds around the world? How do we better communicate and capture the full community, our rural community that so many people seem afraid to wander into and to understand what the issues are and the diversity that makes us the blessed state that we truly are? So how do we work together? Well, listen to Austin, listen to Stephen. I got a big cake. I think I've met him before. If he was in dairy, unfortunately, he's one of many dairymen, no longer in dairy. But there are so many good-hearted, generous people who are farmers, who are filled with common sense. They do believe in science, but they're the most adaptive people I've ever met. And they are the leaders on solutions. We're doing it with our climate smart ag, with the hundreds of millions of dollars that we're investing in healthy soils, on farm water use efficiency, dairy digesters for renewable energy. We are seeing that with the wonderful, wonderful efforts that right here started in Fresno. It started almost 10 years ago under this name of DRIVE initiative. How do we bring people together to say, what is our vision for the future of the Valley and the future that includes all of us? And it was a pretty rocky start. I'm looking at my good friend, Josh Fears. It was a pretty rocky start, but over time, by understanding where do we need to do the town hall meeting and the right locations to include that community, what time of the day do we have to do that meeting to make sure we're hearing the voices from that community? What languages do we have to make sure allow us to make it available? That was a fairly long process that led to the future of food, which is Food, Farms, and Future, F3. Here in the Valley, F3 got the federal largest economic development administration grant 2 years ago of $68 million. The state of California, because Josh and the then acting chancellor at UC Merced sat down with me and showed me what this could be like, to really think about what is the future of agriculture, what is the future of food, what is the future of the people that are involved in these communities. It is about ag tech. It is about, why do we have to buy our equipment from other places? We're number one in custom manufacturing here in the Valley. We could be creating the innovation, manufacturing the innovation, and adding value to what we do here. Why do we send so much of our product to other places to be processed? It's great with the processing base we have, but how else can we add value in the community to grow additional jobs, grow additional value, and keep the communities thriving? I was so taken with that. I said, sure, I'll help advocate for $30 million. In those days when we did have state budget for grants, that $30 million was used very cleverly to leverage this EDA grant. It is a partnership of CSU Fresno, UC Merced, UC Ag and Natural Resources, the Community Foundation, and on behalf of the state of California, the Department of Food and Agriculture. I am very excited about the work that this is doing. It's thinking about not only automation to benefit the farms and the farmers, but it's thinking about what are the skill sets of the future. Let's not wait to create those new things. Let's start the job training now. And in fact, just a few weeks ago, UC Merced College launched a pilot program that's all about skills-based competency credentialing, which could be transformative for community colleges all across the nation. These are the kinds of innovations that are happening in the Valley. Not all of it is going to benefit from the largesse of funding and grants from the state of California, given our new financial reality. But just up the road, again, something else that their vision for their community is being built on agriculture that's in that community. Northern San Joaquin, 3 counties, said, what is our center of excellence? And it is agriculture. But we also have a huge beverage and food processing sector. How do we turn the byproducts from farming and processing into reusable products, the replacement for maybe some synthetics, for replacing synthetic fertilizer? Circular economy, Beam Circular, has taken off. Just last week, they announced an investment of $30 million from venture capital. One of their partners is the Lawrence Berkeley Lab. I always get the national labs mixed up. These are people that see the future of California is in this valley. It is being built upon ag and the resources we have here, but it's finding new ways to bring value back and working together in new ways. On Friday, 13 regions that have been identified in the state as a way to bring people together for that economic vision that Secretary Crowfoot ended his comments on. 13 plans have been submitted. We know what F3 is. We know what Beam Circular is. I've been told that of the 13 plans, food and ag Everything from local resilient food systems to additional ag tech and automation are embedded in at least half or 3/4 of the plans that are being submitted. People understand intuitively the value of ag, but it's easy to take it for granted because we just keep producing it every year. The water discussion has to be raised at a higher level for people to understand what could be sacrificed if we're not here continuing to do the support that the Department of Water Resources has been doing since Sigma passed. We're very fortunate to have Paul Goslin as the director of that program. Tens of millions of dollars put into technical assistance, support to local communities. There's going to be a program through UC Davis Law to provide legal awareness for small farms and communities that may not be aware of their rights. I think all of this will build an even stronger opportunity for us to continue to do the work that I see you all doing here, which is bringing people together, sharing a vision, listening to one another to truly understand each other's challenges and opportunities, which is how we find that pathway of commonality. Every time we can find one of those projects, like agriculture and the environmental justice community did 8 years ago on identifying the need for safe, affordable drinking water, ag walked the halls shoulder to shoulder with the EJ community. That was a coalition that was hard to say no to, and it led to a durable, ongoing contribution of dollars to the State Water Board's Safe, Affordable Drinking Water Program. That's a perfect example of what is possible when we come together by listening and identifying issues we can work on together, and each one of those will build trust. When I first went to the California Association of Wine Grape Growers, all my friends said, "Oh, you're in a great part of agriculture." I was like, "Well, but it's still agriculture." And they're like, "Oh, yeah, but you guys are wine." Sorry for my friends and other commodities at the back of the room. And a few years later, that halo effect wasn't working so well because the growth in the industry, especially in the coastal regions, was making front pages, bottom of the fold, headlines with residents in Paso Robles saying, "I'd rather live next to a subdivision, at least they plant trees," because all they were seeing were poles going into the ground. And it was around some of our practices in the vineyard. And I was fighting battles in the legislature because the environmental community was being very harsh about their assessment of wine grape growers. 20 plus years ago, I called a friend to be a facilitator, and we did a round table, and we all agreed we'd rather work out our problems in a room together than with headlines, especially nasty ones in the newspaper. Doesn't always work that way, but it's worth the time, it's worth the investment. It's not easy to teach, but I challenge the dean to make sure there's a curriculum about collaboration and all. But it's worthwhile. This is about our community. It's about our future. We're here and we can make it happen. I believe that to my core. I feel lucky to be a part of this industry, and I hope that when I retire, it's there. I will see tremendous progress being made, but I know it will happen because of the people in this room and the people who aren't here that believe collaboration is the only pathway forward for success. Thank you.
Yeah, do you want to take questions? Okay. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yeah, sure.
Comments? Stingers?
Any questions for the secretary? Great. Well, thank you so much, Secretary Ross. Really appreciate your time. Let's give her one more round of applause. Thank you. And thank you all for being here today, and to all of our panelists, our moderators, all of our participants who joined us for our Ag Summit. We know it was a long day, but thank you for sticking with us. To all the folks who joined us online, thank you so much. Really appreciate you tuning in. And of course, thank you to Secretary Ross and Secretary Crowfoot for driving all the way and joining us today. We really appreciate it. And I'd also just like to acknowledge our staff, who worked really hard to put this event together, the California Water Institute and their team, Laura Ramos, who helped us put this event on. Thank you so much for all of your hard work in making this a success. And with that, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and that you found it an informative event. So have a great day. Thank you.